Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Get the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of management.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right. Hello. Good morning. Hi, everyone. It is the Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3, HD2, all the usual suspects. You can find us at all those spots. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. The weather was spectacular the last couple of days. Yes, it's now Flonase season. We had to dig out the Flonase yesterday as the spring buds are all out there and the car is covered in pollen and other crap, and it's all up into my nose and my throat and my chest. Like, it's all in there. The eyes start itching. So as much as I love the great weather, it does come with a little price. Still, all worth it for the beautiful 70-degree days. And the Mariners obviously woke up with the weather. Friday night, freezing cold. Mariners don't hit. Saturday, Sunday, beautiful weather. Daytime starts. Bang. The offense comes to life, scores 12 runs. Coincidence? Maybe. But maybe not. Who knows? We'll find out. Obviously, a whole lot more baseball to go. I do have, like, overnight and over the weekend texts. They're okay. I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into them. On Friday night, as you might imagine, there was a lot of frustration and despair and criticism. And of all the things, probably the Josh Naylor getting thrown out at the plate moment is the one that I think I see the most texts on. Not surprising, is a terrible decision. Kind of unforgivable to be like. There's just no. The only thing you can say on that one is like, there is a theory that if you never get anyone thrown out at home, then you're not really doing your job as a third base coach. That you have to be aggressive enough that sometimes it backfires. And with two outs and your offense has been struggling, I'm sure that was the thinking. The flip side is great arm in left field, terrible legs rounding third, and the ball was already in the left fielder's hands while Naylor was, 2-3 steps from the bag at third. I mean, like, he didn't have a chance there. So, I mean, that's probably the most frustration there. But then you come out and Saturday and Sunday, you do exactly what you're supposed to do. And I think that's, really how this lineup is supposed to look. I kind of use the word inevitable. When they get going, there's just an inevitability to their lineup where it just kind of like, you just feel that eventually it's coming from one place or another because they just have so many dudes who are perfectly capable of coming up big or leading a rally or whatever they need in that moment. So hopefully what we saw Saturday and yesterday were a little bit more of what we should expect to see into the future, because that was obviously a much needed series win. And now you get the A's coming in for 3 starting tonight. Biggest star of the weekend. There's a couple of candidates. Randy obviously had a really good weekend. Luke Raley had a really good weekend. Bryan Woo was really good yesterday. Munoz with a huge bounce back. I mean, there's a lot of heroes, a lot of big weekends. I'm going to go with Ryan Healy. I thought he was great. I really enjoyed it. If you were watching the game Friday and yesterday, Ryan Healy on the call for both games with Goldsmith and Ryan Rowland-Smith, I thought he was awesome. I couldn't believe Friday night was his first time ever doing it. I thought he was great. Just a really great vibe. Love the humor, love the preparation. He had like real specific examples of things. He was pointing at specific pitches that had been thrown in the previous series and how they were relating to this series. I thought he was fun, and he and Ryan Rowland-Smith had a great chemistry together, and he asked a couple of good questions. He sounded curious. I was really excited about Ryan Healy. A lot of people on the text line, Lyle, saying that you and he talk alike.
I didn't pick up on that, but sure. I mean, he's great. I mean, I could not endorse Healy any further. I thought he was awesome. And
yeah,
just getting to know him a little bit. He really preps for this stuff.
You could tell. I mean, like, I don't know him from Adam, and you could really tell that he was prepared, that he had done a ton of research on the whole thing. He was critical when you needed to be. He brought, I thought, major league experience to the booth when that was necessary. Yeah, he had a pretty natural touch. If that's only his first and second time doing it, man, I'm excited to hear what that sounds like, however many weeks, months, and years into it, because I thought he was really, really good. Just a great addition to what the Mariners are doing in the booth. Frankly, I thought he was the best part of Friday night's game, which I know isn't saying a whole lot, but still. So, yeah, good job. Good job by him. I really enjoyed Ryan Healy on Friday and then again yesterday. Who was doing the game Saturday with Goldsmith? Was that the Rangers color guy?
I think it was Eric Karros.
Eric Karros. Not a fan. Not impressed. Not particularly impressed by Eric Karros. But other than that, Ryan Healy gets my gold star for the weekend, so that was pretty cool. Last thing I'll say, oh, wow, some people didn't like Ryan Healy. Salk, he was like a yappy, like a little purse dog. He was terrible. I don't know. I thought he was great. I liked his comments. I thought he was, I listened and really enjoyed exactly what I got. I'd be curious what other people thought. You can always text in 866-979-3776. It doesn't always ring true here, but I did grow up in Massachusetts. Some of you may have heard. And growing up in Massachusetts, this Monday is Patriots Day. And Patriots Day is a state holiday in Massachusetts. It commemorates the battles of Lexington and Concord. Lyle, I'm sure you're eminently familiar with the battles of Lexington and Concord that helped start the American Revolution. Made popular in the movie Johnny Tremaine, but also in all sorts of stories about the beginnings of our country. And so it's a full day off. It's a state holiday in Massachusetts. We always had the day off from school. People have the day off from work. Nothing's really open on Monday. And the two things that always made it special is that they run the Boston Marathon, which starts early. And the Red Sox play an incredibly early game, like an 11 a.m. start, that hopefully the goal is the game gets out right around the time all of the runners from the Boston Marathon enter Kenmore Square, which is where Fenway Park is. And it's awesome. You just have this like tremendous experience of this whole community out there together. I thought it was really great. And it was always something that we would do when I was a kid. My mom would take us in town, and we go to the marathon and just kind of see the whole thing. And then obviously that became the site of tragedy in 2013. I was there. I was on the air that day. It was horrendous. It was terrifying as the bombs went off at the marathon. It was awful. We were on the air. We didn't really understand exactly what was happening. Afterwards, there were reports that maybe there were other devices on bridges and other places throughout the city. And I kind of felt like the whole city was maybe under attack. Thankfully, it didn't end up going down that way. But just awful. Just absolutely awful, awful day. But it did end with David Ortiz standing out there on the field and cursing and having the head of the FCC saying that they stood behind Big Papi, which is just an all-time moment. So awful, awful, awful memories. It was horrendous being on the air for it. It was horrendous, obviously, for all the people that were affected by it. It was just really, really scary. So I do think about it today on Patriots Day, and I appreciate you guys giving me a moment to just sort of clear my head on it. Yeah, just looking through some people a little split on Ryan Healy. I'm surprised. I really thought he was great. I thought he was dynamic. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I kind of like Angie. I like Ryan Rowland-Smith. I like Dave Valley. I don't have a problem with anybody who's doing it. I think they've all done a really good job. But he just jumped out to me. He was great. He was just awesome. I just really appreciated all the commentary. All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back here. I'll give you guys everything you need to know. More is going to take us through the weekend, anything you may have missed. And, yeah, that's about it. Oh, we got Andrew Brandt today. He's going to be fun. Shannon Drayer is going to join us a little bit later. We got stuff to do. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? just like the Mariners.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
The throw to first, and it's in time. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But if you're looking for a truly golden view, look no further than the seats on the first baseline, a.k.a. Trident Town. Post up behind the Mariners dugout, and you get a great view of Logan Gilbert, Bryan Woo, and our entire rotation at work.
Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs, blew it by him, strike 3.
Not to mention the best view of the best home run celebration in baseball. When the Trident goes up, you know a party's going down.
And it's gone! Julio!
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The Mariners homestand continues this week with 3 straight value games against the A's. Score seats for less than $12 tonight and tomorrow night at 6:40 and Wednesday afternoon at 1:10. Don't miss out. Lock in your seats and check out the complete Mariners value game schedule at mariners.com/value games.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Evan Cohen here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? That's a lot of time reviewing applications. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay. Calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, things were looking a little bleak late Friday night after the Mariners were shut out for their 4th straight loss, and it was a rough night for Mariner fans. But you know what? They bounced back. 2 huge victories behind George Kirby and Bryan Woo, plus an offense that put up 12 runs in the last 2 games against some pretty strong pitching as well. 3 home runs yesterday, accounting for the 5. Rob Refsnyder wasted no time.
Rob Refsnyder will lead things off with a swing and a drive. Deep to left field. Going and going. Goodbye, baseball. Rob Refsnyder, his first base hit and a Mariners uniform, pumping his fist in the air, rounding second, is a home run to straightaway left field. That's the way to get off the schneid. Rob Refsnyder with a leadoff home run on the very first pitch from Mackenzie Gore, and it gives the Mariners a 1-0 lead as Refsnyder parks that pitch into the Ranger bullpen.
Yeah, you think he was fired up? I'm going to bet he was. It's been a tough start for him, and obviously he understood what was going on and had a lot of people to thank after finally breaking out yesterday.
A lot of credit goes to my teammates, like I said, and Byrne. I had a good conversation with Byrne at the end of the game last night, and especially my wife. She's the one that I come home to and have a lot of different conversations at night and things like that. So, a lot of credit to a lot of different people.
Byrne is their mental skills coach, and he talked a lot about the importance there. Thanked the fans as well for their support, and just saying all those little things that end up mattering as he finally broke out yesterday. As we said, JP, Randy Arozarena also with home runs, so that was all good. Bryan Woo kind of doing what he does. Wasn't a perfect game for him, but man, he dominated for most of 7 innings before finally giving way in the 8th.
I try to take the positive and analyze the negative. So, I'll be a lot of, 6 good and 1 bad. Try to weigh it in that way, too, where proportionally, don't be too hard on yourself. But you try to take the good and learn from the bad. I hold high standards for myself, but there's a balance to that, too, of not being too hard on yourself. And I think I'll struggle with it. It's a game of failure, so...
All right, I would also point out, I really was impressed with the depth of the lineup again over the weekend. As you look through, okay, what was different, and we'll go through this in greater detail at 7 o'clock. I just appreciate how many people contribute. It wasn't just that Julio had a great weekend and he carried everybody to a victory. It was Arozarena and Raley and Crawford and Canzone and the starting pitching. When this team works the way it's supposed to, it should really be a complete team effort. Given the completeness of the lineup, given the depth of the lineup, I thought we got a chance to see some of that over the last couple of games. And in the meantime, great to see Andres Munoz bounce back with a couple of dominant outings. M's get to 10 and 13.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, really only one down, piece of bad news. Brandon Donovan missing a couple of games after leaving Friday's loss with a tightness in his hip. Remains on the roster, so hopefully not a major issue. He was going to get yesterday off with the lefty anyway, so really just the one day on Saturday. We'll find out if he's back in the lineup tonight. How nice to see Bryce Miller, though, go 1 2/3 effective innings in his first rehab start in Tacoma. Had a couple of strikeouts.
Lance is back to second. Miller deals the 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Gets his second strikeout of the night. Furman goes down on strikes for the second time facing Miller.
Yeah, I guess he was really good. Hit 98 miles an hour, so that is a huge hurdle he clears as he attempts to make his way back. Still going to take a few more of these starts to build up. I think he threw 31 or 33 pitches, so obviously that number's got to double or triple before he ends up back in the big leagues, but a really, really good moment for Bryce Miller. A's will be in town tonight. They sit right at 500 at 11-11. Oddly, the offense has not been as productive as we would have thought. In the meantime, their pitching has actually been a little bit better than expected. So, yeah, another reminder that it's very, very early. What do they have? 139 games left or something like that. Emerson Hancock gets the ball in the opener tonight against J.T. Ginn.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, it's NFL draft week, so at this point, most teams should know essentially what they want to accomplish when everything gets underway on Thursday night in Pittsburgh. We continue to monitor what the Seahawks will do with that number 32 pick, and talked a lot about the possibility of drafting a running back. I do wonder how much the drafting of Jeremiah Love in front of Jadarian Price will end up affecting his value. Matt Miller.
With 2 selections in the first 10 picks of the first round, the Giants are loaded with draft capital to build a team around Jackson Dart and for new head coach John Harbaugh. At number 5 overall, everything I'm hearing says the team is likely to go with a defensive playmaker, Sonny Styles from Ohio State, or his running mate, safety, Caleb Downs. Both players are expected to be captains at the next level. The football IQ and athletic ability is off the charts. Now, I have been told don't rule out Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame here, but it sounds like the Giants will go defense at pick number 5.
Okay. Why do they have that second pick? Well, because they made a big trade over the weekend. They acquire the number 10 overall pick from the Bengals in exchange for Dexter Lawrence. Sexy Dexy, the big defensive tackle. Bengals then gave him a 1-year, $28 million extension. Giants now, as I said, have picks 5 and 10. And it also looks like the Patriots are going to make a big trade with the Eagles. They will acquire A.J. Brown. The deal, I think, needs to wait until June 1st when everything changes with the salary cap structure for his deal. But Patriots will acquire A.J. Brown. And then more, I'll just throw this in here. You threw this note in last night. I thought it was interesting. City of Seattle gets a $16.5 million bump from the Seahawks Super Bowl parade, according to our sister website, mynorthwest.com. The city of Seattle generated more than $16 million during the Seahawks Super Bowl parade, according to Downtown Seattle Association's revitalization dashboard. Between 700,000 and 1 million people attended, generating $16.6 million in revenue. That is pretty incredible. That's everything you need to know.
Also, one more thing this morning, the 49ers reached a 2-year contract extension agreement with Trent Williams for $50 million.
Well, that was something everyone was waiting on to see whether or not he would get dealt in the draft. So they end up keeping the band together there in San Francisco. So, okay, well, that settles that conversation. We'll scratch some notes into need to know here, and we'll keep that in now moving forward. Let's see. 206. Until the Mariners can win 2 series in a row, I'm not going to get too excited. That's fair. I think I understand that. Again, they still have 139 games to play. I mean, overreacting one way or another to any of these games, wins or losses, it doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. You obviously got to criticize when things go wrong, celebrate when things go right, because it's a long season, and there's no reason not to do that. It's just about trying to, I think, limit some of the changes and ups and downs in projecting what the team is going to be able to accomplish this year. They're, a game and a half out of first place? I mean, these things are so volatile early in the year when they've just played so few games. But it'll start to even out by, I don't know, middle to the end of May. And then, even then, you'll still have 4 months of baseball left with June and July and August and September. And my guess is this team will be right in the thick of things when we get to September. And we'll see how they handle those big moments and what sort of deals they make in order to bolster their staff and kind of get themselves ready. Long way to go. Long way to go. All right. I was very busy this weekend between golf and yard work. Oh, man, I screwed up this weekend. I feel so bad. I was out there and I was doing yard work yesterday, which I'm not good at. I don't pretend like I am. I mow the lawn and then I take out the edger and a little bit of a weed whacker to deal with some of the grass that's up off, that I can't get with a lawnmower. And I thought there were a couple of weeds, and I just went to town on them, and it turned out they were Heather's tulips.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. She had 4, like, tulip things, and I killed 3 of them. Like, and she came back in, she said she thought there had been some sort of murder. She thought somebody had intentionally gone after the tulips. And I was like, no, I thought they were a weed. I didn't even, and she's so mad at me. So I got to stop, I think, and get tulips today, and maybe even go over to Swanson's and pick up a gift card or something. I feel bad. I didn't mean to, but I really murdered that thing. So anyway, while I was doing all that, there was a tremendous amount going on in the world of sports. Maura's going to get us up to date next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Bellevue Rare Coins, and I'm really excited to be working with them again as we're seeing the price of gold at all-time highs. And here's what that means for you. Items you haven't thought about in years can be worth thousands of dollars. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. And a lot of people don't realize how valuable these items are. And right now, it's worth finding out. Find Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma, or go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
I can't do it today. I already have plans. Something came up. There are a million reasons to put off a cancer screening, but one reason to keep it. Early detection can save lives. Every screening, every result, every early detection matters. At Pfizer, we're fighting against cancer, aiming for 8 cancer breakthroughs by 2030. Join the fight against cancer and get screened at Pfizerforall.com/screenings.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and a negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hi,
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
The chartered plane to Queen Charlotte Lodge is on the runway, and you're not going to want to miss it. This summer has limited availability for king salmon, halibut, and lingcod fishing in beautiful Haida Gwaii, British Columbia. Queen Charlotte Lodge is absolutely the place to be. A luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, dad, or son. Book your stay at fishqcl.com, and trust me, you do not want to miss it. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Brock Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bunch of people saying the tulips will grow back next year. I know they are. What does that make them? Perennials or whatever. But the I didn't just mow. I attacked them with the weed whacker. I don't know. I don't think they're coming back. Heather looked it up, and it doesn't sound like they're coming back. Other people saying, Salk, pick up a sorry for your loss card. A nice over-dramatic card will squash all of that. And, yeah, I don't think they're coming back next year.
At least it's still the right time of year to, like, replant some.
Is it?
If you get her more, I think.
Can I wait till Mother's Day?
I know the tulip festival you go to is going on all this month.
Right. So here's what I was thinking. I thought
they would still grow.
I think I'll buy some tulips, like at the store, right? Like some fully bloomed tulips for inside as an apology. And then, we're a couple of weeks away from Mother's Day here, so we'll go with the Swanson's deal in order to kind of help with. I felt bad. And by the way, no chance Heather's listening right now, so I feel like I'm pretty safe talking about all of this. If you know my wife, how dare you do not repeat any of this to her. That would just be totally inappropriate. And at least if you do, add the fact that I feel very bad and I'm very, very sorry. And Maura, take us around the weekend.
I think she should have just blamed it on, like, rabbits or something.
Well, she did at first ask if Gertie had maybe attacked it, and I was like, no, I didn't think about it. I didn't want to blame the dog. When you have a Frenchie, you can always blame the dog for any bad smells that get made in the house. You can always just be like, it's the dog. Oh. But blaming Gertie for...
It is possible, because I will say that I had some tulips in a vase on the coffee table when Broom was a puppy, and she woke up before us one day, and all of a sudden we were like... She's been out in the living room for a while, and it's really quiet. And we went out there, and she had, like, hoisted her front paws up onto the coffee table and just eaten all the tops of the tulips out of the vase. Like, the vase was still standing. The stems were still in it.
Interesting.
She just ate all the flowers.
This says unless I dug up the bulbs, they'll be back next year. Yeah, but I think there's something about the way the, stuff falls, and it, helps to I'm not a botanist, okay? But I think there's some photosynthesis involved or something.
Yeah, what's the opposite of a green thumb? I have that.
I don't...
Can't help you. We need Cisco, right? He used to be on our sister station.
Yeah,
I used to run his
should have called him before I mowed over those
That
things.
is the busiest phone lines for a show that I've ever worked.
Different, not
Cisco's
the thong song.
gardening advice.
Cisco, the other one.
No, yeah, it was busy phone lines every time. All right, we'll get out of gardening since we don't know what we're talking about and get into sports.
That's for sure.
All right, we'll start with the Mariners. Friday, as you mentioned, not great. Brandon Nimmo hit a leadoff home run off of Logan Gilbert. The Mariners loaded the bases with walks from Naylor and Cal and a Julio double in the first, but DeGrom struck out Raley and Randy to get out of the early jam, and then Logan Gilbert started the third with a double to Corey Seager and an RBI single to Wyatt Langford to give the Rangers a 2-0 lead. He did end up going 5 1/3 innings, giving up 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and striking out 7. Brendan Donovan exited the game with hip tightness, as you mentioned earlier, so he was replaced by Leo Rivas in the 4th. The Mariners' best chance of the night came in the 6th when the Rangers pitcher Galvin Collier left the game and was replaced by Tyler Alexander. Naylor was on second when J.P. Crawford hit a single to left field, but Naylor was thrown out at home to end the inning.
That's being generous to say he was thrown out at home. He was thrown out at midway between home and third. I mean, he was nowhere close. That was a really bad. We talked about it earlier, and I don't want to belabor the point because obviously they kind of get these back. They deserve a little credit for coming back Saturday and Sunday, and I don't want to spend all morning here talking about Friday night when they just looked bad and lost. But that's a terrible send. It really is. Yeah. Like every kind of rule of baseball says that you got to hold that guy up. He's slow. The guy with the in left field has a good arm. He's playing in because of the lefty, J.P. Crawford, who goes the other way. And he wasn't even close to third base when the guy picked up the ball.
Lyle, you've been quiet. Well, how do you feel about this one?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
I mean, it's kind of in defense. I guess the only defense is there's 2 outs. You're not getting anything done offensively. And you feel like the idea of getting another hit is just too much to ask. But wasn't JP leading off that game? So wasn't Cal coming up next?
Who had the hit again?
JP.
It was JP?
Yeah, it was a single.
No, it was Canzone that would have been up next, I think. But, okay, the one thing I'll say
you're right, because Donovan started that game but then came out.
Yeah. Is I think Healy was talking about this. The one thing, and maybe this is some good perspective for me and somebody who looks at the game much more on paper than he does from the player side of things, is he was talking about he thought that, look, obviously on paper it doesn't look perfect, but when your team really needs a spark and you haven't scored a run, you're looking for anything. And you're just trying to do anything you can to try to ignite your bench a little bit. Obviously, again, when you look back at it, that does not warrant being sent.
No.
But if you're trying to think about why the Mariners would do it.
Yeah, desperation a little bit. Like you've just been unable to generate runs. So, trying anything. But I think you'd have had a better chance giving Canzone an opportunity to bat with, what would it have been, bases loaded or 2 men on, whatever. Either way. Didn't work out. Anyway, we don't need to belabor the point, as I said. We can move on.
How crazy is it that Naylor has no stolen bases in 21 games?
Well, he hasn't been on base.
He had 19 and 54 here last year.
You got to get to first to steal second.
Oh.
I'm not. How many times has he been on base?
That's
10
true.
times?
Yeah.
If that? I mean, like, the guy just unfortunately has not been on base. 2 of his few hits have gone for home runs. He tried to steal a bag, was it yesterday or Saturday, and ball was fouled off. I mean, like, he hasn't been on base?
Maybe that was the one positive thing from Friday is, they didn't score any runs, but Naylor was on base 4 times.
He was, I know.
If you want to look for a silver lining.
I like your glass half full outlook.
Lyle's a pretty happy guy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
The M's offense never really threatened again, and the Rangers tacked on another run in the 7th with a Berger RBI single off of Ferrer, and 2 more in the 9th with Legumina in, with a McCutchen sac fly and a Young double for final score of 5-0 Rangers. That was the Mariners' 4th straight loss at the time.
It was cold out there, too. I was getting texts from some friends. They were like, man, it's freezing tonight. Fortunately, by the next day, everything kind of turned.
Yeah, Saturday, it was the Mariners that got off to the fast start with a Julio RBI single, giving them a 1-0 lead in the first. A Dom Canzone 2 RBI single in the 4th made it 3-0 Seattle. And Kirby gave up a home run to Young in the 6th. But after allowing a single to Josh Duran, he was replaced with Matt Brash. He ended up going 5 2/3 innings, Kirby did, giving up just 1 run and 2 walks with 5 strikeouts. And then Luke Raley hit his 5th home run of the season to start the 6th inning.
The 2-2. Swung on, crushed, right field, a no-doubter. This is on its way to the moon. It is just short of the second deck, way gone. Luke Raley, a majestic solo home run. He has been on fire and crushes a solo blast against the Rangers.
Majestic. I have found myself wondering, Salk, if you're getting like a little bit more satisfaction than anyone else out of Rayleigh's season so far since he was your X Factor.
He was. I am getting a little bit of extra satisfaction. Extra, yes. No, I kept looking at it and thinking, 2 years ago, this guy was really good. 3 years ago, this guy was pretty good. 4 years ago, this guy was pretty good. Last year, he was hurt all year and never really was able to get on track at all. Obviously, he's healthy now. I mean, it doesn't seem that complicated. He had an oblique injury. Obliques linger and last what feels like forever, and it's really hard to do anything at full speed, full power, full send when you're dealing with an oblique injury because you're always worried you're going to end up, hurting it again, re-injuring it. So he never had a good year. He never really was able to get into a groove at all. And probably, look, you talk about guys who play full speed. Luke Rayleigh's the ultimate example of that. So I think for him, an oblique was maybe even extra awful. And so I just kind of looked at it. I was like, we kind of have all forgotten about this guy because of the awful year last year. Instead, he's come out and helped prove me right for a rare change. He's been really, really good. He and Randy have been their best players really so far. And Cole Young, right? Those three.
Yeah, I was looking at some of those numbers yesterday. Cole Young's at a 1 WAR now.
Yeah.
He had a 2 RBI single, and Rivas had a sac fly that extended the Mariners' lead to 7-1 in the 8th. Cole Wilcox loaded the bases in the 9th, and the Rangers were able to drive in a couple of runs with 2 outs, but Munoz came in and got Brandon Nimmo swinging for the final out, so the Mariners won 7-3.
That is being generous to Brandon Nimmo. He had no idea where that ball was. None.
Well, which was amazing to see from Munoz after they got a little nervous.
Munoz was so nasty in that at-bat. I mean, we could talk about Munoz kind of where he'd been previous to that, but that one at-bat, Nimmo, who's been just a pest the whole series, he didn't have any idea what was happening with that pitch. None. No clue. Just absolutely no idea what was going on. Hilarious.
Well, we were worried after the last outing, maybe he's hurt, what's going on, but he said he just needed to work on some stuff, and it seems like he got to work on it. Post-game, I liked this from George Kirby. He wanted to make sure that if people were worried that he's lost his angry George mentality, he has not.
Oh, no, it's still in there. I walked 2 guys today. I'm very happy about it, but I'm using it in just like a different way, use the anger as a weapon instead of something that would kind of hold me back the last couple of years. So I'm kind of just using it more as fuel, and it's been feeling a lot better. And yeah, you just gather your breath, whatever it is, take a couple quick exhales, get yourself going, kind of just get your body right for the moment you're in. So but yeah, the more I can use the anger to my favor, the better.
I like to hear that. I feel like that's something Jared Kelnick was never able to do.
Well, that's for sure. Do you think does he not embrace the Furious George thing? It's only Angry George?
I don't know. You don't think he likes the rhyming part?
Well, the rhyming with Curious George,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Furious and Furious.
Maybe he never read those books as a kid. Maybe he's like Lyle. Maybe he only knows anything about baseball. Lyle, you know who Curious George is?
Yeah, I read those books when I was younger.
The monkey with the man with the yellow hat.
Doesn't sound like you like them.
No. He was forced to read them when he was younger. Can't believe somebody tried to teach me how to read. Worthless.
Yeah, it's sad.
Don't need that. Joke show.
I mean, those books were pretty good from what I remember as a kid.
All right.
Man in the yellow hat.
Yeah.
All right, yesterday, maybe the gorgeous weather helped, but the Mariners did not have any trouble hitting the ball. Rob Refsnyder did this to the first pitch of the day for the M's off of Mackenzie Gore.
Rob Refsnyder will lead things off with a swing and a drive. Deep to left field. Going and going. Goodbye, baseball. Rob Refsnyder, his first base hit and a Mariners uniform, pumping his fist in the air, rounding second, is a home run to straightaway left field. That's the way to get off the schneid. Rob Refsnyder with a leadoff home run on the very first pitch from Mackenzie Gore, and it gives the Mariners a 1-0 lead as Refsnyder parks that pitch into the Ranger bullpen.
Is that a term? Get off the schneid?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
When you have zero of something, you're on the schneid.
fits well.
So when you finally get a hit or whatever, doesn't have to be baseball, but when you finally get one, you get off the schneid. When you get your first win of the year, you're off the schneid. Yeah.
Hopefully
Chris
that
Berman,
sparks
a big schneid guy, he would often talk about the schneid.
Hopefully that sparks him, because we've all been saying how perplexing it is that he's been so consistent throughout his career and just had this weird start here, but that seems to happen.
Yeah. No, he's a good hitter. He just has not had a good start to the year. Yeah. Obviously comes off the paternity list. They had, their third kid, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and right away, bang, he ended up with a walk in that game, I think, too. Rob Refsnyder's probably going to hit. I know that he hasn't to begin the year. I don't think this is an A.J. Pollock situation where he's just toast. Certainly there was no real suggestion that would be the case leading into this year. So it was nice to see him hit the home run. I do still think that there's more in there, and hopefully we'll continue to get to see it.
Yeah, and then Mackenzie Gore hadn't allowed a hit off of his curveball this season before yesterday's game, but J.P. Crawford hit one out, another home run out in the second. And then Randy Arozarena launched this curveball, 347 feet, just barely staying fair in the bottom of the fifth.
Bottom of the fifth inning, gorgeous Sunday. Here's the pitch. Swung on it, belted. Down the left field line, stay fair, and this one is a fair ball. Goodbye, baseball. Randy Arozarena tucks it around the foul pole. Down the left field line. A 2-out, 2-run home run. His second of the season. Third home run of the day for the Mariners, who now lead the Rangers 5-0. What an at-bat for Randy Arozarena.
What was that, 113 miles an hour or something off the bat? He got all that one. Just ripped it down the left field line. A lot of texts coming in. Of course, Lyle's read the Curious George books. They were a prerequisite for entry into Arizona State.
I wish that was the only prerequisite. They made you actually fill out an application.
Can you believe it?
Sad.
Obnoxious. 206 saying, yeah, it's Rob Ref Schneider, Maura.
No, I know. I said that's why I said it fits. I just hadn't heard of that term before.
I didn't even think of the Ref Schneider part.
I figured that's why. I figured he was waiting to.
Didn't even think about that. Do you know who? So we talked about Curious George. Do you know who Gorgeous George was?
No.
He's an early wrestler.
That sounds like it.
Like before WWE, way back. You should Google him. He's bizarre looking. Gorgeous George.
All right, I'll look him up. Woo allowed 2 runs on 4 hits, walked 1, and struck out 6 through 7 innings. He retired 15 straight batters before giving up a single to Josh Smith in the 6th. And then Spire and Munoz closed it out, each pitching a scoreless inning for the 5-2 win and the series win. So we got to see Mooney looking good again.
Twice,
so
yeah, and he looked good again yesterday, yeah.
He said something about his grip on the slider, right?
Sure. Whatever you need to do, buddy.
It's working now, yeah.
Just go out there and do your thing.
And then I was going to maybe get into some NBA scores, but then I thought most of these games were not close. They were won by 11 points or even more, some of them almost 30. So I thought Salk's not going to know who these people are.
No.
So also the NBA MVP finalists were announced this weekend. And I thought maybe we would just see if Salk can tell us anything about any of them or where they play.
Who were the 3? There are 3 finalists?
Yeah, there's Victor Wembanyama.
Okay.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or SGA.
Yep.
And Nikola Jokic.
Okay. I can tell you everything you need to know about those 3 people.
Okay.
Nikola Jokic is with the Denver team, right? The Nuggets.
I was like, please tell me you know their name.
He's with the Denver Nuggets. He's sort of like a center guy who passes a whole lot, right? He's a good creator.
Mm-hmm.
Big, wide-bodied dude. SGA, I learned all about last year. He plays for the Oklahoma City Thunder. He's a slasher, gets to the hoop, draws contact. And Victor Wembanyama looks like a daddy longlegs. He's got long, he looks, yeah.
And who does he play for?
He plays for San Antonio. Maura, how dare you? How dare you?
It was only, I swear it was only a month or 2 ago where you didn't know who he was. Am I wrong,
Victor
Lyle?
Wembanyama? Of course I know who he is. I remember when he was drafted. He looks like a daddy longlegs.
It was SGA, you didn't know.
Yeah, it was SGA. I said you guys made that guy up last year.
Recently.
Yeah, it was the guy who scored 80 points or whatever with the Heat.
Oh, right. It was.
Is that Bam?
Adebayo, yeah, Adebayo.
Never heard of that guy. I got nothing up. I got nothing for you on him.
All right. Well, you did better than I
But
thought you would.
Wembanyama, I know. He's kind of cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
If you're into daddy long-legged spiders.
I didn't expect that to even go as well as it did, so
Yeah.
I put a lot of NHL playoffs in here.
I watched a
know
lot of
that's
that
what you're
yesterday
into.
and Saturday. I watched parts of almost every NHL game yesterday and Saturday.
Okay, I did like this. On Saturday, team captains Jordan Staal and Brady Tkachuk decided to square up right off the face-off in the Senators-Hurricanes game.
2026 Stanley Cup playoffs are underway as Brandon Blandina drops the puck. Ottawa is the better. We have a fight on the opening face-off. Tkachuk, Staal, exchanging blows, and down we go. 3 seconds into the playoffs. Brady Tkachuk and Jordan Staal, the two captains, have set the tone.
Pretty cool. Jordan Staal is not exactly a fighter, but good for him for answering the bell, and two of them get right after, right at the beginning. He's absolutely right. Sets a tone. NHL playoffs are awesome.
Unfortunately for the Senators, I don't know how much of a tone it set for them. They were shut out 2-0 with Hurricanes goalie Frederick Anderson recording 22 saves for his 6th career shutout in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Wow.
The Canadiens and Lightning went to overtime with the game tied 1-1 late in the second. The Lightning scored twice in 29 seconds to take a 2-1 lead, but the Canadiens tied it up with 2 goals from Juraj Slafkovsky, and he got the hat trick in overtime to win this game for them.
Hudson, a little deeper now. Slafkovsky scores! Juraj Slafkovsky, the hat trick, wins it for Montreal!
You hate to see it if you're Salkadai and you grew up.
I do
rooting for
hate
Bruins.
Montreal.
Yeah.
I was watching the end of that and I was annoyed. It's not like I
A
like
hat trick in
Tampa
the
Bay, but I
Stanley
just
Cup playoffs is pretty sweet.
I didn't care for that. I do hate Montreal. I can't help it.
I do too. I'm with you. Matt Boldy and Joel Eriksson Ek each had 2 goals as the Wild handed the Stars a 6-1 Game 1 loss. The Flyers got out to a 3-1 lead over the Penguins in the third when 19-year-old rookie Porter Martone scored his first Stanley Cup playoff goal. But Penguins forward Bryan Russ, scored with a minute remaining to pull them within 1 goal. But ultimately, the Flyers end up winning that one 3-2. No one scored in the Avs-Kings game until the second period was winding down, and Arturi Lehkonen of the Avs, thank you, put a Nathan McKinnon rebound in. They added another goal in the third on a Logan O'Connor breakaway, and the Kings answered with an Artemi Panarin power play goal with about 2 minutes left, but they end up losing 2-1. Bruins Sabres. The Bruins somehow blew a 2-0 third period lead to end up losing 4-2 to Buffalo.
That game was
I don't
fun.
really want to talk about it.
I'll talk about it. It was awesome.
Kraken forward Morgan Geekie scored their first goal.
He did, and then he missed, for whatever reason, decided not to shoot at an empty net later in the first period. That was an incredible scene in Buffalo. I mean, they haven't had the playoffs there in years. It's a great hockey town.
They've been bad for a long
It's been bad for a long, long time. And this team is good. And, they got Tage Thompson. They got a couple of dudes, but mostly they're just a good team. And Lindy Ruff's a great coach, and he's kind of got them playing incredible hockey. That was super exciting. Super fun to watch. I told Cecily
Not a
she
great
was
night for our dads.
not allowed to call my dad as that thing
Yeah.
was coming to an end, and she didn't.
Yeah, my dad not happy.
I'll tell you what's great, too, about these playoff games. Each one of these games has 80-plus hits combined. It is just a totally... if you were watching the Kraken all year and complaining that, nobody ever hit anyone, watch some of these games. Because it's just, one after another with just hits galore. 80-plus hits, it feels like, in almost every one of these games. You go back to, the last Kraken game here. I just pulled up a random Kraken game. Against the Calgary Flames. They won that game 4-1. The Kraken had 12 hits in that game. 12. I think the Sabres yesterday had 50.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. NHL playoff hockey is unbelievable, and also the Kraken need to, start playing with a little bit of physicality.
Yeah, it's just so much more fun to watch hockey.
That game had 25 hits combined, okay? Yeah. Boston versus Buffalo yesterday, just to grab one of these games. 53 hits for Buffalo, 38 for Boston. Both teams, well, in Buffalo's case, they doubled the number of hits in that entire game just by themselves. Playoff hockey is awesome. Thank you, Maura. Thank you for the trip around the weekend. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Brock is in. We'll try to figure out what changed this weekend for the Mariners. In some ways, nothing, but in other ways, quite a bit. It's next on Brock and Salk.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Imagine all that can happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes are going to come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price never changed for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most. That finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6-7, your internet's going to stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions do apply. Select plans only.
Hey guys, Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. If you're dealing with ED, I know what happens. You start trying the miracle supplement online or those pills sitting next to the energy drinks at the corner store. If there's one thing I've learned in life, cheaper is rarely better. ED and Peyronie's disease are a major problem with few real solutions. You don't need a gas station pill. You need medical-grade technology to fix your problems. At West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to treat the root cause. No pills, no shots, no surgery. Real equipment, real staff, and real results. Stop wasting money on things that don't work. It's time to end the frustration and the long nights. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or low T, we can help. Call West Coast Men's Health today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy and peptide therapy. Call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
The Puyallup RV Show is back April 30th through May 3rd. Explore hundreds of new and used RVs, manufactured homes, and get show-only prices. Now through April 29th, buy a ticket online, get another free. Go to PuyallupRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
A legendary night for a legendary arm. The one and only Randy Johnson.
Swing and a miss. He's got number 14.
See the big unit make more Mariners history on Saturday, May 2nd, as his number 51 is retired at T-Mobile Park. The first Mariners pitcher to throw a no-hitter.
Randy looks to the skies. That is covered by the dome and bedlam.
Win the Cy Young Award.
And there's 19. That is a new American League record by a left-hander.
And be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
The trade to Seattle set my career in motion.
He was dominant. He was intimidating. He was electric. Join us in celebrating the big unit for 2 great nights presented by T-Mobile. Friday, May 1st. Score your own number 51 on Randy Johnson 80s Jersey Night. And be there Saturday, May 2nd for Randy Johnson number retirement ceremony night.
Very proud to have played there for 10 years. Thank you, Seattle.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/big unit.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Ewart. And Brooke Ewart.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Well, Brock, in between NHL playoff games this weekend, there was some baseball played, and the Mariners actually won 2 out of 3 games. So, what changed? What was different? What, after 4 straight losses, the sweep down in San Diego, a brutal, awful to watch shutout on Friday night in the cold, chilly air at T-Mobile Park, all of a sudden everything changed, and they came out and scored 12 runs in 2 games. So what was it? In some ways, I would say nothing really changed, but in other ways, obviously, some things did. So what do we think we saw?
Well, we saw some warm weather, that's for sure. That I think helps everybody feel a little bit better. I know my body feels a little bit better moving around and running around in some of the sunshine that certainly was all over Seattle over the weekend. It was nice to win a series. How about just that? How about just get back on that horse of winning series? Right, that's how you ultimately win divisions. That's how you get to playoffs. Right, you got to find a way. And what were they before that? 1-4-1, 1-5-1. Right, only the Houston Astros sweep was the only series win of the year. So nice to win a series, and you know it always starts with pitching. I mean, Kirby and especially Woo yesterday. What changed? Not much. I mean, this is the best pitching team, quality starts wise. You know, any kind of under the hood numbers you want to look at, like save for Luis, the other 4 has been phenomenal. So the pitching gives you a chance, and then the bats come to life at the right moment. You get that big hit, you get the lead early, and you find a way on a glorious weekend to win a series. And hopefully it's just the start of a bunch of them in a row.
Yeah, I mean, there were a bunch of things that changed. They didn't strike out as often, a lot more contact. That's going to help. The platoons that everyone was arguing about last week started to work a little bit, right? Rayleigh and Canzone were both great on Saturday. And then yesterday, Ref Snyder homered, and Garver walked and scored, and Joe had a hit as well. So, you know, some of those platoon guys, that started to work. Dan was talking about that yesterday.
I mean, I think with both of those guys, you know, we saw good at bats from them prior to this, and they just weren't having a lot of luck. You know, we've seen Ref smoke a couple balls and you know, just not have anything to show for it. So, and Connor Joe, I thought had some pretty good at bats down in San Diego as well. So, you know, getting those guys, you know, on the board, so to speak, in terms of hits, obviously will help their confidence, and that's huge. But we know those guys put up really good at bats, and today was no exception.
So that obviously helped. Hitting a couple home runs helped. 3 of them yesterday, and Rayleigh with the tank job on Saturday. That ball was absolutely crushed. And then you got a little bit from a lot of guys. I think that's probably more than anything what jumped out to me. They got a little bit from a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Right? Julio did a little something. Randy did a little something. Rayleigh did a little something. JP did a little something. Yep. Canzone did a little bit of something. Obviously the pitchers, and we can go back into that. But isn't that kind of what we were? I felt like the last 2 days were a lot more, even more than the sweep against the Astros. I felt like the last 2 days were much more of the type of team that I expected to see this year.
Yeah, the Astros felt like that was a lot more about the Astros.
It does.
Yeah, as beat up as they are, and just, that was not, certainly from a pitching standpoint, that was not a Major League Baseball product.
But this wasn't that at all.
No.
I mean, this is facing Eovaldi again, facing Mackenzie Gore, a tough lefty who had dominated you a week and a half ago. Like, I felt like this was much more the Mariner offense that I expected to see.
Yep, that word pressurized that we talk about, right? Just kind of consistently putting pressure on them and then just getting some of the big damage. And does that happen because it's 72 and sunny yesterday, right? Do those balls all leave the yard Friday night? I think
know. Randy's ball was getting out no matter what. That ball was absolutely freaking torched down the left field line, hit the pole. That ball's unless for some reason it goes foul, that ball's getting out all the time.
Ref Snyder's was an absolute missile. That's going to, I think, cut through the marine layer. Maybe JP's
might have gotten hung up a little bit. I mean, Rayleigh's on Saturday is getting out of 30 out of 30 parks in almost any weather. So, yeah, I don't know. The weather obviously helps. They put together a lot more, good at bats and better. The ball takes off. The weather absolutely is a factor in it. Yeah. But I just, I said it earlier, when the Mariners are doing what this lineup I think is supposed to do, it starts to feel inevitable that they're going to score. There's just an inevitability to it of like, yeah, but there's just so many guys. And if you walk this guy, then this one's going to burn you. And if you don't pitch to this guy, then this guy's going to make you pay. And they just start rolling. And once a team starts rolling like that, it's why I agree with you, Brock, on the force multiplier thing. And I will disagree with Passan and Keith Law, two really smart people who know the game very, very well. But I tend to fall on your side on this one, that there is an element of once some things start rolling, that momentum in baseball can be very hard to stop as an opposing pitcher.
Maybe if you have 9 Ian Kinslers in the lineup, maybe then there's no force multiplication. But when you got some of the guys that play with the emotion, right, that these guys play with, and Julio in particular, that we always talk about, and just the bounce and the joy and the fun that
and then
just
the number.
creates.
I see. For me, it's almost more. Yes, it's that, and also just the number of ways they affect the game. Like they just put pressure. You just said it earlier. They put pressure on the pitcher in so many different ways. So a great weekend for the Mariners. It is still hilarious that for all of these ups and downs, they have 139 games left to play. Like the idea that we're making any sort of judgments on one way or another at any point, they have 139 games left. Like, come on. When you hear that, like, doesn't it make you feel kind of silly for every opinion you might have on, like, this means that they're going to do that? And, like, they have 139 baseball games left.
Or just some of the individual emotion spent on one when there's a whole bunch of them left.
It really does.
How much emotion did your bride have when she came home to her destroyed tulips?
It wasn't a great moment in the Salk household. I hacked those things. I thought they were weeds. I mean, like, they look like weeds. They got, like, things that...
You didn't have your readers.
No, they just look like weeds. I just don't know anything about plants.
Right.
I can see they're 5 feet away from me. That's not a problem. I just don't... I don't know. They weren't flowering yet. They had like a stem sticking up, I guess. If they had a tulip in them, like a fully formed tulip, I would have known.
No.
But they didn't. So I didn't know what that was. Yeah. So we're going to be buying some tulips, I think, for Heather on the way home today, and maybe even a trip to Swanson's. Well, there's a debate as to whether or not they will regrow next year because they're perennials. The text toy seems to think it will, but Heather looked it up yesterday and said they will not. Unsurprisingly, she came down on that side of it. So I got a little work to do later. Can we also talk about the best part of the weekend, which was Ryan Healy? He was great. Yes. Friday and yesterday was awesome.
Yep. And I think we have him for all three. We do for this week as well. So.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So I think
against his old team.
Yes. Yeah. Just, kind of cool to hear, a young, and Ryan obviously comes at it with so much of the pitching end of it. He was a left-handed pitcher. I don't know if you knew that or not. And a really good one for a long time. I don't say that sarcastically. Honestly, he comes at it from that dimension. And now Ryan is a very verbose, very curious, very, and Blow obviously did it for years and years and did it both as a third baseman and as a hitter and all of it. But yeah, the amount of depth and just the amount of conversation, curiosity is pretty cool.
Well, you could really hear the research and the homework that had been done ahead of time, and I just really appreciate it. So great job. The whole broadcast was great, And nice to hear a rookie and Ryan Healy kind of do his thing on Friday and then yesterday as well. All right, Brock, coming up here, we'll get to some football. It's draft week. Oh, my God, we got a lot of draft stuff to discuss in 20 minutes and another chart that continues to make me very, very nervous. We'll do that in 20 after everything you need to know next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, homeowners out there, are you stuck? You stuck on that credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debts, your monthly payments are just growing and growing? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever, almost like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Might be time for you to consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate those high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or simply get cash for that remodel you've always wanted. With interest rates coming down, consolidating your debt right now may just be the best decision you ever make. And with excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington State for over 25 years, Tila, well, they got competitive rates on refinance, purchase, and reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is the name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today. Call Tila Mortgage at 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. MLS 2472046.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
If you're building decks in Puget Sound this season, you need materials you can trust and a supplier who delivers. Par Lumber carries premium TimberTech and Trex composite decking. Get 20% off deck railing and lighting with any TimberTech or Trex deck board purchase. Visit par.com/decking to learn more.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
The NBA playoffs are right around the corner, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers. And as odds move, you can buy in or out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PASS to get $10 when you trade $10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, I will admit, Brock, things did look a little bleak on Friday night. Cold weather. Mariners bats did nothing, shutout, and just kind of a miserable game. Instead, though, they bounced back and did it in a big way. 2 big victories behind George Kirby and Bryan Woo. An offense that put up 12 runs in 2 games, again, against very good starting pitching, and finally got to that Rangers bullpen that had stymied them for the first 4 games. So, yeah, good for them. They did it all. Rob Refsnyder with the home run yesterday. J.P. Crawford hit one.
Stretch of the pitch to J.P. swinging a drive deep to right field. Nimmo going back, looking up. Goodbye, baseball. J.P. Crawford with a line drive, 2-run home run into the lower deck in right field. His first home run of the season. Second of the game for the Mariners off of Gore. And the Mariners now have a 3-0 lead here in the bottom of inning number 2. What an at-bat for J.P. Crawford. It came on an 0-2 pitch.
And that's what you say about JP when things are going well for him. What an at-bat over and over again, right? And I think we saw that over the weekend. So, yeah, the power showed up. Luke Raley's power. Kind of did it all.
Kind of nice in that case. It was lefty on lefty and off that curveball. Both those things as you were listening to Aaron and Ryan throughout the broadcast yesterday with Gore's stuff. I mean, you just got to kind of waste that curveball and hope to do what Refsnyder did, and that's just sabotage the fastball. But JP gets it done. You know, you mentioned a graph, and speaking of graphs, I was looking at one over the weekend that just on paper through these first 22 games, this is before the game yesterday, the Mariners, the most unlucky team in baseball. And just how they go about, you know, some of the luck and some of the hard hits and some of the ball.
Like the BABIP and some of that type of stuff.
That stuff. Yeah. And I think they were like minus 3.5 games.
Wow.
And certainly the one in San Diego was one that felt that way, that middle match. But yeah, you know, eventually over the next 139, baseball's kind of got a way to even itself out.
Does have a way of doing that. I'll tell you who was really good yesterday was Bryan Woo.
Here comes the 1-1. Swung on, line drive, center field. Julio racing back, showing us numbers. He's at the track, reaches up, makes the catch. Julio reels it in, and that's it for the Rangers in the 6th inning. Bryan Woo continues to dominate, 6 scoreless against the Texas Rangers at T-Mobile Park.
Yeah, this is about Woo, but I will just quickly say I love that phrase, shows his numbers. I love it. I love when announcers say that, especially a center fielder turns and shows his numbers. Yep. I think that's great. Woo was awesome. Goes 7 innings, allowed a couple of runs, but those were late.
You know what he is?
He was really good.
You know what he is? Like, talk about this a little bit with Luis, and even Logan can get there where they're inefficient. When he is on and he's just throwing his fastball and sinker, it's just like that guy you played golf with. That you're like, how do you just make that look so easy? Make that look so easy.
My guy Shane Brandt.
Yeah,
down the middle on the green, 1 or 2 putts every time. It's obnoxious.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
There was one piece of bad news mixed in with most of the good, and that was Brendan Donovan missing a couple of games after leaving Friday's game with a hip injury. Just hip tightness. He's on the roster. No IL situation as of yet. And I'm going to guess he wasn't going to be in the lineup yesterday anyway. So you give him Saturday off. He's not in the lineup yesterday. I think we'll learn a little bit more tonight about what's going on with Brendan Donovan. Meantime, on the farm, Bryce Miller got his first rehab start, Brock, and was very effective. Was able to go 1 2/3. He did end up with 1K.
Lance is back to second. Miller deals the 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Gets his second strikeout of the night. Furman goes down on strikes for the second time facing Miller.
Hitting 98 miles an hour, that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
30-something pitches. Love it.
Yeah, when you say effective, I mean, there were some hits and there were some runs, but the effective part of it is he felt good and he was throwing really hard.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, those are kind of the things that, and now you want to see him respond and keep stacking those and kind of keep stacking those. And what are we, a couple weeks away, maybe 2 or 3 more of those?
I mean, he threw what, 31? It was either 31 or 33 pitches. I would assume he's got to get to 75 plus before you invite him back to the major league team. So yeah, maybe a couple of weeks and kind of see how he's feeling. There's no reason to rush it, obviously, but yeah, I mean, it's just a great thing to have him starting to feel like himself again. Certainly hitting 98 miles an hour in the start. A's will be in town tonight. They are, I believe, right at 500, 11-11. Oddly, the offense that we all thought would be very good has been just okay. The pitching that we all thought would be horrible has actually been okay. So we'll see again. 140 games left, so we'll
139.
Well, not for them. They have 140 left. They have an extra game in hand. So Emerson Hancock and JT Ginn in game 1 tonight.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
NFL Draft Week, Brock, in case you hadn't heard, we're coming down the final stretch. Any new thoughts? Or do you feel like everything is kind of right where...
Well, you saw a pretty significant trade, and I'll hit that a little bit more on Blue 88 of, I think, what that represents. And just
we saw a couple of trades. You saw one that went down and then one that is now going to go down. So A.J. Brown is going to go from Philadelphia to New England post June 1st, so it's going to take them some time to finalize it, but it sure looks like that deal is going to happen. And then you mentioned Dexter Lawrence, who goes from the Giants to the Bengals in exchange for the number 10 pick. The Bengals then gave him a 1-year, $28 million extension. Here's Colin Cowherd.
Giants traded Dexter Lawrence to the Bengals. I agree with this. John Harbaugh is creating and setting his culture. He's not going to get pushed around by Dexter Lawrence, who's a very good player who had a very mediocre year relative to his standard. The Bengals, it's a good edge draft. It's not a great defensive tackle draft. So the Bengals signed him just today. I think it's a 1-year deal. But I like the move by the Giants. They're setting their culture. John Harbaugh's not going to start in the wrong foot, overpaying for a defensive tackle off an average year.
Yeah, I think that's all fair. And I'll say this too, Dexter Lawrence, big man. Just watching him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's I don't know how some of these guys honestly block some of these human beings. When you see, that guy, I think he weighed 385 or something, and he carries it and he moves.
Well, I mean, some of the guys blocking him are pretty big as well. The other news this morning is that the San Francisco 49ers agreed to a 2-year deal with Trent Williams. So that story of his potential exit from San Francisco that story's done. He's going to come back for 2 more years. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. What are we wearing today? Kind of a different look for you. What do we got going on there?
Yeah, this was a birthday present from Molly. Are you liking it? It's just, I think a lot of my golf polos were somewhere in the 10 to 15 year range, age range.
Just kind of time.
Yeah, it was just they were kind of tired.
Okay.
So this is just kind of a Nike, one of those nice, soft feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not feeling it.
Well, it's just different from what I'm accustomed to.
Yeah, I know.
It's got a little punch to it on the camera. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see Brock and it's.
Oh, you want me to punch those?
No, I don't need you to do that. Please stop flexing your breasts. Nobody wants to see that. That's just totally unnecessary. No, I said no. Just
punch the pecs.
That's not what I meant. No, you wanted to hear that, so I think that's what you heard. But nobody said that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You just will take any excuse you have. Yeah. All right.
They're a little bit strong. Well, not really.
So there's a chart.
Yeah.
I don't love the chart. I don't love this chart, Brock. but I keep seeing this chart.
You do?
Yeah.
Is this from our fantasy
No,
football?
no. I keep seeing this chart and other charts like it.
Okay.
That's next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here. I don't know if you've been thinking about GLP-1 injections for weight loss, but before you start down that path, you got to ask some questions. Like, are you ready to spend $3,000 to $5,000 every year and then stay on that medication long term just to maintain the results? Yeah, many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots. And then when you stop the medication, you tend to regain the weight. Most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight that's lost can come from muscle, which also can slow your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder. Look, at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is just a different approach. It's a doctor-developed program. It helps men and women lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Just real food, resetting your metabolism, controlling hunger and cravings naturally, and then helping your body burn fat, not muscle. So come to the clinic in Kirkland, or you can do it from anywhere. They got great remote options. Schedule the free phone call right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com and keep that weight off for good. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community, not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
At Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland, they have a ride made for the young and the ambitious. Lease the 2026 Corolla for just $209 a month or the Corolla Cross for $269 a month, both for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Or level up to the Camry Hybrid for $289 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through May 4th on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, and negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I spoke with Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, and Dr. Meyer said Swedish CyberKnife patients are really satisfied with their experience. They report very few side effects, and they're seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later. To learn more, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or call 206-320-7187.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
509 asking, what was the biggest catastrophe of the weekend? Salk's golf game or his gardening? The gardening was pretty bad. It wasn't gardening. I was just mowing the lawn, but it went poorly. Poor Heather. I feel really, really bad about these flowers that I murdered.
Still using that old mower? No, did you sell that?
I sold the mower.
That's
yeah,
right.
because I got an electric mower.
Yeah, that's
or
right.
like a battery-powered works mower. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Those things work great. Mowed right over those tulips. See you later. Bye-bye, tulips.
Are you a weed puller? You a good weed puller?
No, I don't really do much of that. I mean, with
don't
the
enjoy that?
dandelions, no, I don't care enough to do that. No.
Oh, you got your dandelion popper thing.
Yeah,
now.
we've
Don't you
popped
have
out most of the dandelions
Oh,
at
good
this
for you.
point. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
But I just assumed that this thing was weed, so I just chopped at it and see you later. Turns out it was like the thing Heather was most excited about coming home. She was like, oh, seeing you, don't really care. Really excited to see my tulips and see where they were at. Unfortunately, someone murdered them. It's like, oh no, I guess that was me. I feel really bad. She was starting to blame Gertie, and I was like, no, it wasn't Gertie. It was me. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, all right. So, Brock, I got some questions for you, and I've got this chart. I keep seeing this chart.
Okay.
This chart. I don't like it. I don't care for this chart. So this is my guy, Extra Points, Kevin Cole, who I think is really smart, and he's the one who gave us expected value added in the draft, and we had him on last year. He's a really smart guy.
Mm-hmm.
This is the improvement index again.
Okay.
For the NFL teams.
Okay. All right.
The Seahawks aren't last, which is good.
This is improvements based on acquisition thus far this
People
offseason.
in, people out, right?
Intake, outtake?
Intake, outtake, yeah. Ingress and egress, right? Like if you've ever tried to develop a home or a commercial property, ingress and egress. The Jets are number 1. The Rams are number 2. The Titans are up there. The Vikings are up there. Even the Cardinals. These are the teams that have improved the most. No one has gotten worse than the Colts, which they're negative 40 on this improvement index. I think it's points plus. I think it's gauging your point differential, right? So number of points in and out, essentially.
Okay.
But the Seahawks are second worst.
Are the Broncos like third worst?
No. The Broncos have a positive point differential.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Okay. Because they really haven't done. It's really the Broncos and the Seahawks who
I'll give you here's basically the list in order.
have not added anything other than their own people. Okay.
Jets, Rams, Vikings, Titans, Cardinals, Raiders, Texans, Browns, Bengals, Steelers, Eagles, Bucks, Broncos, Saints, Panthers, Niners, Chargers, and that's right around where it flips to negative. Okay. And then it goes, I think the Cowboys might be even, but then Bears, Patriots, Ravens, Washington, Buffalo, Atlanta, Jags, Packers, Lions, Dolphins, Giants, Chiefs, Seahawks, Colts.
Huh.
Negative 25.
Yeah.
27.
Yeah. So
like, are we whistling past the graveyard here, man?
I mean,
why is it that this chart makes no sense to me when I see it, and yet I keep seeing it in multiple places from multiple people in multiple, determined in different ways? Like, it's hard to ignore that I keep seeing the same damn chart over and over again.
Right. And that is because you've lost all of these, names that are known and have been productive.
No. It's not about known. You got to be careful. This one's not about names. I am always happy to rip names.
It's about production, right?
But this one is actually about production and expected production and all of that. Okay. It is not just oh my God, they lost a name I've heard of. Right. This is actually, this is a data geek, not a oh my God, I can't believe they lost a person that I've heard of.
Yep. This is Reek, this is K9, this is Boye, this is losing production and guys that are likely to still at their age and stage, all first contract guys to still be able to produce, right, in the NFL. And like their life expectancy of production is still there. But I mean, this is what it is, Salk, is a reality hitting you right in the face.
Yeah.
You can talk about how hard it is to repeat in the NFL. You can talk about the challenges that come when you're a Super Bowl winner and the loss of people and in both, your coordinator, the intellectual loss on top of good players. Yeah. We knew these guys were going to be good players.
Yeah, I'm just reading through some of the text. 209 says, charts like this mean absolutely nothing. I don't know if that's true. I don't think it means nothing. I don't think it means that the Seahawks are going to be bad next year, nor does this chart say that. But I do think it shows pretty accurately that there's been a lot more exit than there has been enter, right? I mean, like, we know that's true, but this is quantifying it. I do think it's important to notice this and, not just ignore the whole thing. 206 asks, is the chart fair to do before the draft? Things aren't done. It's fair to do anytime. It doesn't mean that this is a final product. But of course it's fair to do now, just like it would have been fair to do 2 weeks ago or any other time.
All those other teams have also kind of lived in the same.
Yeah, when you do the draft, then then you run the chart again and see where you're at. But you only have 4 picks in this draft, so if you think it's going to materially change compared to all of your, to 31 peers, I would be surprised if it changes significantly for the positive for the Seahawks based on having 4 picks in the draft, with their first one being at number 32. That would be surprising.
Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder also how much, 2 things. I wonder on one level, and it underscores something on the other level. I wonder, had you just gone out and signed one of these pretty good running backs that were out there? I'm not talking the top of the market, but a bunch of the guys that were like $8 million guys that had some level of production, and had you signed one of those guys, how much of an impact it makes on that chart? Because like right now, that's the one room where there's very little projectable production. Right. George Alani's not played a ton of football. Eugene Wilson's not played that much football. Kenny McIntosh been banged up the last couple of years. That simply that room is so lacking in production that if you just kind of fill somebody in there, does it give you a pretty significant bump?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so, because I think it has more to do with what's left versus what's come back in. Yeah, maybe. Maybe so bringing back a little bit of productivity at the running back position would change it. I don't know. I mean, again,
so that's one. That's one I wonder about, and the algorithms and the number crunching and everything, because that one is very devoid of past production and however you're going to project it forward.
True, but I don't know whether this even considers that Charbonnet's hurt. Like, I'm going to guess that this thing doesn't even consider the Charbonnet thing because he's still on the roster. So that would surprise me if that was actually like the big thing.
Number 2, and here's what it underscores. It underscores how you have to develop your people. It underscores how the Jamie Sheriffs and the Jared Ivies and the Connor O'Tooles and the receivers and the young running back. It just underscores that those guys have got to develop. The Elijah Arroyo, like, you just got to continue to feed and develop the machine.
For sure.
Otherwise, you kind of get stuck, and that cycle's got to start over. right? I mean, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of this league is you better draft, you better develop, because once you start paying significantly in your salary cap to a few of the guys, to the Charles Crosses and the JSNs and eventually the Sam Darnolds, well, your lifeblood is your draft. And your lifeblood is a development of people. And your lifeblood, truly, just as it was with kind of Reek as a fifth rounder turning into a really good player, or Drake Thomas as an undrafted guy turning into a really good player, like you've got to have those stories.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have those stories to complete the puzzle. So, yeah, take on the challenge. And I think I was just wearing my T-shirt the other day. We did not care. And I think that's what Mike McDonald would say to, this chart and some of these people's projections on the outside. We don't care. We know what we got under the hood in-house, and now we've got to develop some of these players that you don't know and are not household names yet.
I think both those things can be true at the same time. Like, I think this is one of those cases where I can agree with that from Mike McDonald, and I'm glad he thinks that way, and I think he's right for him. But I can also look at this chart and say there's still some level of concern here. Like, both of those things.
The most concerning, do you know what is most concerning of everything that you read on that chart in the last 8 or 9 minutes?
The fact that the Rams are the exact opposite of you. They're number 2.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's right. That they're in this window to add, and they have added, and they've added some really good players on the back end of that secondary that are competent guys, with everybody else coming back, with an offensive line that's able to block you in ways that nobody else in this league is, with a play caller that's got some tools to play with and some talents, and a quarterback
and there wasn't like a significant difference between the two of you last year. I mean, you beat them when you needed to, but it's not like you were significant. You were the two best teams in the league last year.
All 3 games were decided by 2, 3, 4 plays. And it could have swung really either way. The first one down there, you could have easily won. You had a field goal to win it. Obviously, the next one here, you needed a punt return that flipped it. And then the NFC Championship game was one for the ages.
Probably not going to find myself too intimidated by the Cardinals here, but they are also 5th on this list. So if they're getting better and you're going to have to play them twice, these things start to add up. This is not a panic-stricken, oh my God, the Seahawks are going to be bad this year. Obviously, that's very silly given where we're at and given how good they were last year and the coaching and so many other things that they have going for them. But I do think it's something we've got to keep watching for. Like, they really, as much as you can say, yep, let that guy go. Yep, let that guy go. Yep, that's the right move. Yep, I don't want to pay for that. All of those moves can be true, and those can be the right things in a vacuum. But when they all combine on you, you absolutely should sign JSN and Devin Witherspoon over the guys that you let go.
It's kind of like tulips.
But you still have to let those guys go.
I mean, there's time to trim some tulips. There's time to,
Are you done?
But there's very rarely time to just totally sabotage your life's
the
precious
big
tulips.
debate as to whether or not they're going to grow back. So everyone says they are, that because they're perennials, they're bulbs, they'll grow back, which I'm fine. Like, that would be great. But Heather told me they won't.
Do you think you attack the root structure of these tulips?
I don't. No,
that hard?
I did not. No. But Heather said that she looked it up. There's something about the way, like, once the tulip blooms and then dies, all of the stuff that dies with it fertilizes and allows the next generation to come back up. I don't appreciate Chris Egan sending me a tweet with a picture of blooming tulips. It just feels very unnecessary. It feels like a gratuitous shot and kind of feels like he's taking my wife's side on this, which I really don't appreciate, really. Thanks, Chris.
And your truly, but
my motives?
Your motives were nothing calculated,
sinister.
Right?
Heather did ask. She's like, "Did you do this on purpose?" I was like, Heather, I don't know the difference.
Because there was some friction, right? I mean, she was gone all week. We talked about how you're not good home alone and everything else.
Yeah.
And, maybe there was some intensity over the week. It had nothing to do with any of that, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not like I like doing yard work. This is not something that I like to do.
Gosh, I bet you're terrible at it,
Of course I am.
I could just so clearly see this. You're just annoyed. Like, oh, I got to step away from watching the RBC golf.
No, it's the hockey.
Nice day,
but
or the hockey playoffs, or maybe and I got to go do this now. And
it's a chore that I hate.
Yes,
but every couple of weeks I have to do it.
And your attention to detail is low, and you're sloppy. And
I just want it done as quickly as possible. I just want it to be over with. So when I see what looks like weeds, I'm like, screw it. Let's go. Attack that thing with the weed whacker. Chop that sucker down. And then Heather comes home a few hours later, and she's like, what happened? It's a massacre. It's like a massacre. It's like a tulip flower massacre over there. was like, well, they weren't flowering. How would I know the difference? A lot of those stupid weeds have a bulb or a stem that sticks up through the middle of them. I don't know the difference. Plus, let me be clear about something. I've done this before. This is not the first time something like this has happened. So generally, she puts those like tomato plant cages, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
She puts those around anything that's low to the ground and she doesn't want, mowed over.
Right.
So I'm like, all right, there's no cage there. This thing's probably a weed. Didn't work out. I know. It's very
I'm
sad.
just more shocked that you didn't let Gertie take the blame.
She was ready to blame Gertie, but I think it would have been pretty hard to do. I mean, they were cropped so cleanly across. I think it would have been pretty hard to take that, lie to the bank and been like, oh no, it was Gertie. She ate 3 and left the 4th. I don't know. That doesn't feel like something.
Sounds like
Gertie
some
would have
sloppy
done.
landscaping.
I'm not good at it. It's definitely something I absolutely hate to do. All right. Let's take, all right, coming up, Brock. We've got Andrew Brandt, who's going to join us at 8:30. I got a bunch of sort of sports businessy things to talk about with him, including more fun Vrabel-Rossini conversation from over the weekend. So we'll do that and a whole bunch of other stuff with Andrew Brandt. Shannon will join us at 9:30, talk through the weekend and where it happens now for the Mariners. But right now, some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Salk, I'm really confused as to how you mowed over your wife's tulips. Are these in the yard? Can't you tell lawn from bed? All right, it wasn't with the lawnmower. It was with the weed whacker. And they are sort of off to the side near the fence.
Can I tell you while you were doing that?
Yeah.
I haven't even told you this. You know what I did this weekend?
No.
I truly made the best brisket.
Oh, you said you were making the brisket.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it was. It was really good.
Really?
Yeah, even when like Molly's not the biggest, and I totally get it. Brisket can be kind of fatty. We talk about prime rib at times being way overrated because it's so fatty. And this was, and I had some help. I had a buddy of mine that is a very esteemed smoker of brisket. So he kind of helped me through the process at different points. But at the end of it, I just kind of got to the temperature I wanted. And he was like, take the probe and just push it in. And if it feels like butter, it's ready to be pulled off. And when I tell you that probe went in like butter. And everybody, I'm sorry. Okay, first question, go ahead. It's inappropriate. At least I kind of caught it. Okay, go ahead. First question.
But it's really amazing how many times this happens with you, Brock.
Yep.
Why is defensive line a bigger need for Seattle than we might think?
You left me chewing on this over the weekend. Yeah. Speaking of brisket, that was not true. It was just phenomenal. You said something, I think at the end Friday, or maybe it was with DJ on Thursday, and it was just talking about the different positions in need. And running back, I think I helped convince you and DJ even more so as far as the delta between running back 2 and running back 3 in this draft and all of that. That just like in this very short-term window that we're looking at, that yeah, maybe positionally, right now running back's a bigger need, but I think you could make a strong case, and you started to do this, that when it comes to just the football life expectancy of any single position room on the Seahawks, that it's actually the D-line room that needs the most reinforcement over the long term. That Jaron Reed and DeMarcus Lawrence and Leonard Williams are certainly on the back half of their careers, and I think some of them have flirted and already mentioned the word retirement a few different times.
Probably got to put Chenna's name on that list.
I think you very much put Chenna Nwosu on that list. So you start to look at that group, and while the names I mentioned earlier, the developmental pieces are great, and maybe one of those 3 hits, you need to replenish that room. And there's always going to be veterans, as there are in wave 3 of free agency. There were last year, there are this year, there will be next year. But as far as just like true foundational pieces, like your O-line, like your receiver room, like your quarterback room, like your linebacker room, like your secondary room, you've got the underpinnings there of young foundational pieces. You don't have that on the defensive line. So I think, now I don't know if that's a D tackle. I'm not going to profile a D tackle. You'll hear in my next answer, this is not a great D tackle draft. You heard it from the cowherd sound. But you're going to, that room's going to need some real TLC over this phase of acquisition, the following phase, next year's phase. That's the one.
The one nice thing is you could probably stand to do a lot of it next year, right? Like next year's draft and everything that comes with it. But yeah, thanks. I've been spouting this for a while now. I'm glad it sunk in. Question number 2. Speaking of big defensive linemen, Dexter Lawrence is definitely that. Yeah. Number 10 overall pick goes from Cincinnati to New York, and then they signed him to a 1-year, $28 million extension. What does that tell you about this year's draft?
Yeah, I think Field Yates nails this on the 2 points. Colin Cowherd went what it means to Harbaugh culturally in New York, what it means for Cincinnati in that division to have that big horse right in the middle of the action, stopping the run. But I think Field Yates speaks to this really clearly, tweeted this out afterwards. The steep price is paid by the Bengals for Dexter Lawrence underscores 2 really important points about this draft class. It really cements the thought that there's just number one, not a lot of blue chippers. This is just not a year. I mean, thankfully, this is not the year that the Seahawks had the 5th pick in the draft. Mm-hmm. There's not a Devin Witherspoon. There isn't. There's not really a Charles Cross. The good news for the Seahawks is when they've had those picks because of trades and different situations, there have been blue chip cornerstone difference makers. You should be thankful you're not picking in the top 10 now, and that speaks to it. Number 2, this draft is extremely thin at defensive tackle. There have been years on my draft previews, most of them, where you're like, oof, that's you could use that guy. Yeah, you could use that guy. Oh, that guy's a 3 technique. Oh, that guy's Byron Murphy, that guy's going to take on double teams. There's not much of that. I don't know. Maybe the kid out of Ohio State might be late first round, but there's not a lot of those war daddies. There usually are. Unlike the running backs in this draft, there's usually a lot of volume there. 2 positions in this draft, not great unless the trade goes down over the weekend.
All right, question number 3. Seahawks won an award this weekend, Brock. What was it?
Cooper Kupp won it's a kind of big men's group. This year was, I don't know what they do it always in Minnesota. Coach Dungy was there and some of the others. Paul Allen, the voice of the Vikings, was there. It's called the Uncommon Award. And give it to an athlete and, who represents on and off the field many of the right things. And I don't think we've given, we did. We gave Cooper Kupp a lot of due. I think that Uncommon Award is absolutely perfect for him. He's uncommon. When you run what he runs now at this stage of his career, a decade into the league, Salk, and you still get it done in the way you get it done in big moments, in the way he played down the stretch, the way you impact others in your room, the way you stand by who you are and do so very, very consistently, and the way you just selflessly pour in others. That's the bottom line. That's why he's uncommon, because we know receivers, can be a position that is antithetical to that unselfishness. And he's unselfish, and he's one heck of a worker, and he was the Uncommon Award winner at this huge function back in Minnesota, and I was pretty proud to see it.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Today's Blue 88. Just looking up this Uncommon Award.
Yeah. You want me to send you a little
Arise with the guys.
Arise with the guys.
Yeah.
4,000 or 5,000 men at this function. And yeah, there have been some pretty cool award winners and people that do it really, honestly, that kind of walk their talk. And he doesn't, talk it a ton, but he walks it. And he was an important piece. You talk about these charts, Salk, and, well, the Seahawks never do this, and the Seahawks never spend in free agency. Well, they kind of spent with him and DeMarcus Lawrence last year in really important ways. I mean, those two guys were really substantial difference makers. And we'll see if there's one of those up the sleeve. We'll see, Fowler, we talked about, was in last week, and we'll see if one of those is still out there looming. But Cooper and D-Law played a big, big role in that Super Bowl last year. What are you chuckling at?
Well, I'm just looking at some of the previous winners, that's all.
Okay. Don't do it, Salk. It's like the tulips. Just don't do it. You just move it along.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, he won it?
Yeah.
Oh, Big Ben.
2022.
Okay, all right. He turned his life around. He made some dumb mistakes. He owned it. He turned his life around. No?
I don't know, buddy. That one's going to be a little, I don't know. Don't know whether I'm going there with you.
Can we do this, by the way? Can we get on the same page?
Yeah.
Can we play some of that? Did you play in the 6 a.m. hour some of that Rob Ref Snyder sound?
I did a little bit. We will come back to some of that a little bit later, I promise. I actually want to focus on one of his teammates here for a moment, because there's a guy on this Mariner team that we talk about a fair amount, and it's just not even close to enough. So I want to make sure to give him a little due, and if we have some time at the end, yes, we'll see if we can play back some more of that Ref Snyder, because it's really cool. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is a perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Everyone's been told the same story about real estate investing. Buy property, deal with tenants, manage construction headaches, and yet Legacy Group Capital, they ignore all of that. Jason Rantz here. Here's what Legacy Group Capital actually does. They lend on real estate. They acquire it, they build it, they develop it, and then they share the profits with investors. It's not complicated. There's no gimmicks. The track record, double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. You get the upside of real estate without owning a single piece of it. And right now, Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund, it's offering a fixed 9% rate of return. And yeah, IRAs are accepted. While everyone else is chasing overheated trends, you're locking in a fixed return backed by real assets, managed by real experts. More than 1,300 investors have already put over $350 million to work with Legacy Group Capital. These aren't people who got lucky. They got smart. You can get smart. Call 425-635-4700 or go to LegacyG.com. Don't overcomplicate things. Legacy Group Capital.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike. Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
We talk a lot about Bryan Woo, and we still don't talk about him enough.
I was curious where you were going to go with this. Good tease, by the way.
As to which player?
Yeah, as to which player.
We do talk a lot about Bryan. Like, it's not like we ignore him. It's not like we haven't given him his due or anything like that. But
He's the ace.
He's sure pitching like it, man. And he's got the personality that kind of goes with it. When he's on the mound, we saw it down in spring training, just sort of a tremendous confidence and comfort, I thought, while he was just walking around the whole facility down there. He's got that kind of California cool element to him, right? Northern Cali. You could tell that that's where he's from and that's who he is. He's got that Northern Cali vibe, but with a great, really great confidence and comfort, and just he knows how good he is. He knows how good his stuff is. He also knows how far he's come in order to get there. He's such a great story with, essentially being a bad college pitcher who turns himself into one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. And there's no doubt he is absolutely one of the great pitchers in Major League Baseball right now. So we don't talk enough about him, and we probably should. I just thought it would be an opportunity to mention it.
Why do you think that is?
That we don't talk enough about him?
Yeah.
Well, there's just so many other conversations to have, right? I mean, we get caught up with a lot. I mean, the offense is just constantly so frustrating that we end up talking about it, and we end up taking the pitching for granted a little bit. There are so many guys on the pitching staff. And, was Bryce going to be healthy? And what are you going to do with Luis? And, Logan, and is he going to sign a deal? And, there's so many other conversations that you sometimes just forget. Yeah. This guy's like as steady as it comes.
Yeah, and I think it's because, there's Luis, who is the rock. It's because Logan was, an all-star, because Kirby was an all-star, right? Even though Bryan was the all-star last year and clearly one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. And you made a good point last night, Salk, in our email. What if?
Yeah, so I do think that's what I wanted to get to here is the big what if.
I mean, this is a Wyman and
a what if segment. Wednesday. I know,
so
but
it's usually done on Wednesdays.
I know, but this should be one of the great what ifs of Seattle sports. The big what if that is we'll discuss for a long time is what if he had brought Munoz in that spot in Game 7 against Toronto last year, and it's a fair question, and we'll continue to wonder about it. But one of the sort of hidden what-ifs is what if Bryan Woo had been healthy last year in the playoffs?
Right.
He got hurt in his last start of the year, right? I mean, just kind of...
What was it, hammy?
I thought it was his back, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't it his back? Pec. Okay, yeah. I knew it was his pec.
Hammy, back, pec, all connected.
The back was closer than the hammy. The hammy wasn't close. I think we both knew it was an arm. But in any event, he hurt his pec right at the very end of last year. Wasn't available in the Detroit series. Was barely available in the Toronto series. And I think that is one of the great what ifs. What if they could have taken care of Detroit in 3 or 4 games and everybody was well rested heading into the series against Toronto? What if they had been able to, maneuver everything and start Woo 2 or 3 times in that series? The way he was going last year? Yeah, I do think that it's a pretty big what if, and it's one that we haven't because it, unfortunately, it just is what it is. But I do feel like we've maybe not talked about that enough.
Yeah, no, I think that is fair. And I think just his kind of personality, like he's not demonstrative, right? He's not going to talk about that. He's not going to make excuses for that. He just goes about, as you said, with kind of that Northern California, little bit of confidence and chill factor, and doesn't really, rock the boat an awful lot. When he was not named the opening day starter and it was Logan, do you think there was anything
that would shock me?
I don't even think there's probably a heart rate that bounced at all. Like, we're good.
Yeah.
Logan's a stud, and let me just go about it. Now, if this continues to go about it the way it's going about it for the last year and a half, he's going to be your ace. He's just kind of got that. He's got that. Just kind of got that stuff, man.
Did you think that this was going to happen? I mean, like, if you had looked at the 5 guys on the team 2 years ago, I got to say, this would have really surprised me that he would be the one that has developed the way he has. I mean, beginning of last year, even, I'm like, how deep into games can he go? Like, I would not have guessed this, but he really has turned himself into such a good pitcher. And, we're going to get to Ref Snyder here in a moment. My favorite thing to talk about about Bryan Woo is not even just his pitching, because the pitching's ridiculous. The slider, the wipeout sweeper, the fastballs are obviously the crux of the whole thing. He's starting to throw that changeup a little bit. Like, the stuff is so dominant. But I just really enjoy him and the way he talks about the mental part of the game. And he's made a lot of references to talking to mental skills coaches and training his mind. And listen to him. He was asked about the 7th inning yesterday, right, where he kind of gave it up a little bit and let them back into the game.
Yeah, just the leadoff walk, number 1. Hitting Jock, stupid. But it's just the concept of keeping teams down when they're down, not giving them any life. When we got a lead and I'm going out for, whatever it is later in the game, not letting them have, any momentum, not letting them breathe in any way, just keeping our, foot on the gas. I give up the 2 there, and then it's like, the at-bats for the next inning for Gabe are just more stressful, and, there's no need for that if I just do my job. So, still beating myself up over it. It's just little things like that. It's like, if they were to hit their way through that inning, it's one thing, but for me to give them free passes, that's another.
Stupid.
That was just stupid.
Hitting Jaga is just stupid.
I mean, obviously that part's funny, but to me, the more interesting part of that is, what I'm supposed to do there is strangle the life out of them when they're down. Like the killer mentality. It's all about training his mind.
Yeah, he's kind of the right mix. As I listen to that, and we talked through this a little bit, he's kind of the right mix of Logan and Kirby, where I think he tinkers enough, but not too much.
Mm-hmm.
I think Logan's a guy that might tinker, a time or two, or get to place where Cal's like, hey man, enough, just trust your stuff. And I think Woo is kind of tinkered through the years, and they had a cool shot just the other day in the dugout as he was just, messing with grips, and they were talking about changeup or something like that. Like he loves that aspect of it. And then emotionally, I think George gets a little hijacked sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think you hear from Woo there, like, he can kind of, I think, work through some of that without getting totally hijacked. So I think he's kind of got both of those elements. And then lastly, just to trust in the stuff. Like when you're good, like when you were shooting that 37 on the front 9 or back 9, I forget where it was this weekend, and it was par after par after par. You're like, man, I'm going to pull that club out confidently. I'm going to spin it in my hands. And I feel good right now. Like, he just trusts his stuff, and why wouldn't you?
Right.
Like, the stuff is that good.
And when no one can hit your fastball, it makes it a whole lot easier to just be like, I kind of do whatever I want because no one can hit my fastball. Like, that makes life a whole lot easier.
Sets the whole rest of the table.
No doubt about it. All right. You mentioned Rob Refsnyder. We got about a minute here. Let me play you the sound. So Rob obviously had a really tough start to his Mariner career, was not hitting. For, what was it, his first 18 or whatever. He ends up going on paternity leave. They had I believe their third child, and he comes back, crushes a home run in his first pitch that he sees, and then afterwards talk through kind of what it's been like.
Yeah, super frustrating, honestly. I feel like thankful for my teammates, trying to help me through. I don't think you ever want to slump, especially early in the year. New team, new city. So definitely been hard on myself, but I've had a lot of help. Our mental coach, Byrne, has helped me. I kind of alluded to that on the field, but I think the frustrating part is that bats have felt decent. Looking behind the numbers, I'm not chasing, swinging at the right pitches, just results-wise, not there. So, especially as a platoon guy, it kind of stinks when you're not getting results because you have a couple of days to sit on it too. But I think the most frustrating thing is that we feel like we're playing decent baseball, but just the results as a whole haven't been exactly where we want to be.
What we had playing in the background there?
I don't know. Couldn't really tell what that was.
That was Mr. Rager. That's
is that what it was?
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's pretty strong. Yeah, you never want to start a season in a slump. New team. You have a role. You're not quite a kicker or punter, but in some ways, when you're a platoon guy, you got to do your job.
Yeah.
Like you're set up in a position. Hey, man, I'm putting you in a position for success here. You're going to face lefties. And you've been an assassin, and your track record's been awesome. And let's go do it. Go fill that role. And when you don't, you do probably feel. And when it's not been a week, Salk, or 2 weeks, when it's like the first 3 weeks of the season.
I'm sure it's really, really hard and probably felt really good. But he credited the fans for being supportive. And I keep coming back to that mental skills thing. I think that has probably been one of the biggest changes in sports in the last decade or so, of just how important that is for these guys and how the stigma's been chased away from it. And now they really use this mental skills training to get them to a different place. So pretty cool, pretty exciting. And I know that may end up playing a big role in your family's life when it's all said and done. So pretty cool to see all that. Okay, quick break. We'll come back here, give you guys everything you need to know. And then Andrew Brandt's going to join us. I got a bunch of stuff for Andrew Brandt today. Been a while since we've talked to him.
Some old John Schneider stories.
Ooh, yeah.
They were together. I want some old school.
All right.
I don't think we've ever done that with him.
We're going to have some extra time, so we'll just sit and chat with Andrew Brandt coming up in 20 after everything you need to know next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and this month marks 24 years. Wow. It's for Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar. 24 years as Bellevue's go-to, and mine as well, for fresh, seasonal seafood. What I love is being able to count on my good friend, Chef John Howie's long-standing reputation for excellence behind every single plate. It really doesn't matter whether it's local pristine oysters, sushi, cedar plank salmon, Dungeness crab bisque. Yeah, my favorite, the spicy tuna rolls, generous portions, true value, and delicious beverage pairings as well. The Sea Star team, they create that welcoming atmosphere with polished service. It turns great meals into truly lasting memories. And from the first greeting to the final bite, every detail is cared for, and you feel it. So when I'm planning a special dinner with family or friends or colleagues, going to have a bunch of them this summer, it's Sea Star, because everybody leaves impressed. And right now, pretty amazing deal. 3-course dinners in the lounge every night, starting at just $50. Sea Star, the dining experience you remember. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. It's Cooper Tire's PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome this weekend. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Opened in 1933, our family is still here, doing the right thing for your family.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America and a member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
The chartered plane to Queen Charlotte Lodge is on the runway, and you're not going to want to miss it. This summer has limited availability for king salmon, halibut, and lingcod fishing in beautiful Haida Gwaii, British Columbia. Queen Charlotte Lodge is absolutely the place to be. A luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, dad, or son. Book your stay at fishqcl.com, and trust me, you do not want to miss it. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a bit of an up and down weekend for the Mariners. Did not start well at all. Obviously, Friday night, cold, miserable, no offense, 4th straight loss. You're starting to worry that this is the direction things are headed, and then bang, everything turns around on Saturday. They dropped 7 runs Saturday, 5 more yesterday, hit 4 home runs in the process. We mentioned Rob Refsnyder. He played a big role.
Rob Refsnyder will lead things off with a swing and a drive. Deep to left field. Going and going. Goodbye, baseball. Rob Refsnyder, his first base hit in a Mariners uniform, pumping his fist in the air, rounding second, is a home run to straightaway left field. That's the way to get off the schneid. Rob Refsnyder with a leadoff home run on the very first pitch from Mackenzie Gore, and it gives the Mariners a 1-0 lead as Refsnyder parks that pitch into the Ranger bullpen.
Little Riz giggle there?
Mm-hmm. Getting off the schneid, Mr. Refsnyder.
Yeah.
Joining Brendan Donovan, by the way. Brendan Donovan, you remember his first hit as a Mariner, albeit in the first game of his first at-bat was also a home
didn't
run.
take him quite as long.
No.
Didn't take quite as long as it took poor Rob Refsnyder. But anyway, he hits a home run. JP, Arozarena, I mentioned Luke Raley. They just kind of finally got the whole offense together, and then you got Bryan Woo doing his thing yesterday.
You know, from pitch one, really, I thought threw the ball well. I think you could see the little more determination on his face today, and wanting to really go out there this afternoon and give us a good ball game, and I think our offense allowed him to do that, you know, pretty quickly as well. Getting that 3 spot in those first 2 innings, I thought was huge, and he really took advantage of it. And I think, you know, that's what's important. He got the 3-run lead and it allowed him to be more aggressive, and he just went after him. And that was just a great outing on his part in terms of aggression.
Yeah, sat down 15 in a row. Leadoff single to Nimmo, and then that was it. Got a double play and just, you know, was so unbelievably efficient. It is so rare when he's out of the zone. That, I think, is also what must be just maddening and frustrating for those guys on the other side. Or if we were Rangers fans watching that game and, like, he's just throwing fastballs.
Right.
Can you just hit the
But
fastball?
He's throwing them from here, and they're moving. And
yeah. Actually, no, you can't. You can't really square it up.
Yeah. And he had some frustration that he seems to be working through.
You break down where things went wrong. You know, today was leadoff walk and hidden jock, and a couple of pitches that I'd like to get back. Talk through it with your teammates, with Garv, with Trent Woody, whatever it is. I give myself tonight to be pissed, and then once I wake up tomorrow, then it's a new day, and gotta let it go.
I'd like to learn how to do that. I'd like to learn how to give myself a night to be pissed and then move on with a new day. How do you learn to do that? Can I get a mental skills coach for that?
You don't do that?
No. I'm still pissed however much longer it needs to be. All right. Mariners with the couple of wins get now to 10-13, just 139 left to play.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You mentioned Brendan Donovan, Brock. He hurt his hip on Friday night, had to exit that game. Hasn't returned since. Now, he probably wasn't going to play yesterday anyway with the lefty. So really, you know, maybe they looked at it and said, all right, if we give him Saturday off, he gets 2 days off, and that's probably for the best. Maybe we'll see him in the lineup tonight. I don't think
this is worth watching. When you have a sports hernia surgery, you had that, a year ago, kind of that core surgery, this is something to keep a little eye on, especially with the way he plays and the style and all out.
Yep.
And, yeah, I know it was a cold night, and I know he made a couple good plays at third base.
Really nice plays.
Yeah, really nice plays. Nice to see that. But it is a little something to
watch. Also, though, if you think that this means Colt Emerson's on his way, I don't think so. We've pointed out some of these numbers now a few times. The strikeout rate is up. The barrel rate is down. It just doesn't feel like right now he is poised and ready to make that jump. And look, if you were going to lose Donovan for a long time, maybe you got to do it anyway. But I think there's a reason why we've seen Patrick Wisdom and we've seen Connor Joe. Like I don't think that they're, from what I'm reading through those numbers, doesn't feel like Colt's ready for that.
I do think, though, there has been, I saw some of that, and somebody did a next level dive, like the first 35 versus the last 20. There has been, kind of like Julio, getting some of the timing and rhythm.
A little bit of a thawing.
Yeah, last week or so, been a little bit better, and then the defense has just been ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no doubt on that.
Ridiculous.
That part's been really good. All right, A's in town. They're a 500 team, 11-11. Offense has not been as good as expected. The pitching has been better than expected, so we'll see what happens as they match up. Emerson Hancock and JT Ginn tonight.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
NFL draft week and a bunch of trades and moves in the NFL, just getting ready for the draft here. Dexter Lawrence goes from the Giants to the Bengals for the number 10 overall pick. Cincinnati then gives him $28 million one-year extension. Still seems like a lot to give up to only sign a one-year extension.
Yeah, I think he has 3 total years now, though. So that was a
2
one-year
left.
extension.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
My bad.
Yep.
Fair enough.
That's all right.
I thought he had just
2 left,
one
and
left.
then one more added to it, and at that point we'll be like 32, and like, yep, that's probably about
That's
the
probably
age
worth the
and
number
stage.
10 pick then. I don't know. If you think you've got an opportunity to compete, he's such a good player.
Yep.
But man, having to go like, hey, I want to get out of New York because I don't like the way the organization's going, and then they end up sending you to Cincinnati? Like, I don't know how that's going to feel a whole lot better, to be honest with you.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, apparently. Speaking of that, the Patriots look like they're going to acquire A.J. Brown from the Eagles, but they're going to have to wait until after June 1st when his salary cap structure changes. And
a lot of speculation that this draft's going to have a lot of movement. And maybe a couple of these moves start to set the table for some of that. You got, 5 teams, I believe, 5 or 6 that have multiple first-round picks. Now the Giants add to that list with number 5 and number 10, and the Chiefs have 2. Like, there could be a whole lot of movement, and I don't know if that's good or bad when you're sitting at 32 and you want out and you want to trade. Will there be so much activity and so much work done that the hay's kind of in the barn, or can the Seahawks find a way to do some of that? From what I understand, those conversations really do start to heat up this week.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Shannon will join us at 9:30 so we can talk through some of these Mariners questions and concerns and excitement, a little bit of everything with Shannon. Coming up next, though, Andrew Brandt of MySunday7.com and everything else that he does in the sports business world. Got a whole bunch of topics for him, so we'll dig in together next on Brock and Salk.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
As spring picks up, Chef Store helps you keep pace. Stock up on the essentials from fresh meat and seasonal produce to frozen foods, syrups, sauces, and supplies. Open to the public, no membership required. Chef Store. Buying big, made easy.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY. That's HARLEY, or go to HarleyExteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at HarleyExteriors.com.
Well, there's nothing I hate worse than being cold. And if your house is feeling a bit drafty or the floors of the main level are way too cold on your feet, that's probably because your crawl space and attic don't have enough insulation. It's probably making your furnace work overtime. So now you're spending more money as well. Well, how about a free and easy way to learn if you need better insulation? Just schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic with Crawl Pros. It's exactly what I did. They'll show up to your house. They'll go where you don't want to, certainly where I didn't want to, and they'll tell you if you got any problems with your crawl space, your attic, and especially your insulation. If they do discover your home is under or improperly insulated, they'll show you all the utility rebates as well to help you get that work done correctly and affordably. If you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could receive a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost. Make your home more comfortable. Save on your energy bill with Crawl Pros. If you're worried that anything's going on in your crawl space or attic, critters, mold, water, plumbing issues, call Crawl Pros or go to crawlpros.com.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer at Swedish called CyberKnife. I want to bring in Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center with the most experienced prostate cancer treatment team in the Northwest. Dr. Meyer, is CyberKnife a new treatment?
You know, the CyberKnife technology is not new. The system has been around for more than a decade and has helped thousands of men with prostate cancer.
What can patients expect from CyberKnife treatment?
Well, the CyberKnife system is designed to help you gain control over your prostate cancer in the shortest number of treatments, and with the least impact on your romantic life and on your urinary and bowel function. The result? Well, you get back to a normal, healthy life faster.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or give them a call, 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
Always love catching up with Andrew Brandt. Love the newsletter. MySunday7.com is where you can find him these days. Instagram, where he's got the Business of Sports podcast stuff. Andrew Brandt 2 at Andrew Brandt 2 on Instagram. Good morning, sir. And on video today, which is exciting. How are you?
I'm good. I'm busy. I'm got this new world in my life the past couple of years, advising and contracting and negotiating NIL contracts with a couple of schools.
Really?
Including Villanova, where I'm wearing a shirt, and Louisville, got the helmet in the back. So basically, this is pro sports now. So I think these schools have been looking for people that have ability in pro sports, because I'm doing kind of what I did for the Packers for 10 years. I'm negotiating contracts. I'm managing the cap, and unlike working in the NFL, it's just nonstop free agency. Yes. So every team is creating a new team every year. Imagine that in the NFL. Instead of 3 free agents, your whole team's free agents.
Do you think that can last?
That's something I've been asked every day. I mean,
it just doesn't seem likely that it can last.
The money is going crazy. The money, I mean, from a school point of view, which is like being in management in NFL, it's tough. You know, I'm trying to write contracts that protect us from transfers, from shutting down, from trying to get another year of eligibility, which everybody wants because the money's so good. But everything you do, and I'm a lawyer, is met with antitrust lawsuits. So can it last? I don't know. I mean, you'd love a bill, but good luck with that. So we'll see.
You know, what's funny about this, Andrew, is I've got a son that is a young aspiring football player, and some of these agencies have, you know, started to already call and reach out, which is kind of crazy to me, but it's just the nature of it. And I was chatting with an established agent, and it was really funny. He said, you know what? Yeah, we're kind of having our way with these schools, you know, because I'm not negotiating with Howie Roseman. Many of these schools don't even have, well, now they do. The smart ones hire the Andrew Brandts and people with background and experience in it, because many of them, I think, have been kind of largely taken to the woodshed.
Yeah, the problem is on the agent side, there's no regulation. It's not like the NFLPA where you certify the agents and the maximum is 3%. I've dealt with serious agencies because the money's so good, whether it's CAA, Athletes First, Wasserman, William Morris, but I also am dealing with uncles, cousins, aunts, mothers, fathers, and they're taking 5, 10, 15, 20% of these deals. And, you know, they're having them pay the kid or pay the agent or pay this or pay that. It's a mess. So when we talk about regulation, I really think there needs to be agent regulation, because everyone's got an agent. And the agents are from every walk of life because there's no barriers to entry.
Every year you tell your story, I love it, of the kid that you tried to bring in as a undrafted free agent. And when you said that you were, what was the amount of money that you were going to give him?
$1,000.
And he's like, I didn't have it, right? He's like, I'll get it for you soon. You're like, no, we're going to give it to you. But
I'll tell your audience real quickly. So at the end of the draft, people don't realize that's the busiest part of the draft, not the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh round. It's kind of like NIL transfer portal, where you have 2-3 hours to fill out your roster with all the players that weren't drafted. Everybody's after them. You're talking to agents that have 3 teams on the line. They're talking to teams that have 3 players on the line. It goes like that. So finally, there are a lot of stories from that craziness. But one that you mentioned, Mike, is that, so I get to the end of the draft, I'm dealing with some kid, doesn't have an agent. And I'm like, all right, you know, we'll do a bonus of 1,000 minimum salaries. And he's like, 1,000? I'm like, yeah. He says, Mr. Brandt, I only have about 200, but I promise I'll bring the rest when I get there. And I sort of was taken aback, and the room was crazy. And I'm like, what did I just hear? And I said, no, we pay you.
It's amazing. So just the reason I bring it up, though, is like, as you're talking to some of these high school kids, essentially, with uncles and whoever else, and do you also have to sort of make sure you're not taking advantage of them so that they don't end up in a really bad spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think the money is the money, and that's the thing where the money is, you can't, this whole discussion is like, can we trust that Tennessee's really offering that, or that Wake Forest is really offering that? I don't think we can. So you're kind of relying on this sort of trust, and maybe you have good relations with the other schools to say, are you really offering that to this player? But this is a Wild West in every way. And I just think with our contracts, sometimes I'm getting lawyers respond with thousands of red lines in the contract. Sometimes they just sign it. So it's all over the board.
Hey, can we ask you what's going on with the Seahawks ownership situation? It's been one of the sort of bubbling stories. We're talking to Andrew Brandt, a sports business expert. You can get his newsletter, mysunday7.com. It's awesome. Ballmer's the biggest name around here. Everybody, you know, Steve Ballmer a few years ago, he said that he wasn't really interested in jumping to the NFL, but that name continues to come up. I've always been told to look at folks that have come close on previous bids, whether that was the Bills or the Commanders or the Broncos. As you think through potential ownership for this Seahawks team, what jumps to mind?
Well, I first want to say this reminds me so much of 2024 Celtics. Like, if you talk about selling high and selling at the height of the powers, the leverage, it's like a free agent like coming off a world championship. It's extraordinary circumstances. And will that make a huge difference compared to if they just got eliminated in the first round? Maybe not, but it's always nice. And the price is the obvious point, is whatever someone's willing to pay. You expect a high number. We are at the point where no number seems to surprise. Our biggest number, of course, is $6 billion for the Commanders, but we've seen fractional shares over the past 2 years, with private equity involved, with the Eagles, with the Raiders, with the Bills, with the Dolphins, a couple other teams selling off 5-10% at valuations of $8 billion, $9 billion, and even the Giants 10% to the Cook family for a $10 billion valuation. Now, that's different if you're buying majority control, but it wouldn't shock if we see numbers approaching 8+. And as to who, Mike, I Ballmer's always going to be named because of the association with that region. You're going to hear Jeff Bezos' name. I mean, if I'm Jeff Bezos, why do I need a team? I got all 32 teams. I got Thursday night. I got them all. I don't need 8 teams, but we'll see. He's got, couch cushion money that could buy a team. So it's going to be interesting to me, is sort of the price, maybe more than the owner.
Biggest impact, Andrew, in your mind, this would have on John Schneider, who's been there nearly 2 decades through all of this?
Impact of ownership?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's some kind of meddling owner, we're sort of past those days. I think the money is so big. Someone is going to get involved that just has so much in their portfolio to spend this kind of money. I don't think they're going to be meddling. I think he's going to continue to have extraordinary power and use it, and of course has the resume to prove it. Did you see this when you knew John way back when you guys were together in Green Bay? But I was excited to talk to you. It's been a while since we've had you on the show. Did you, way back when, did you see John Schneider arguably becoming the greatest general manager in NFL history, winning now 2 Super Bowls with 2 different coaches? It's hard to know. I mean, of course, I saw some extraordinary scouting ability. I mean, John, interesting, we just talked about the Commanders. He came to us from the then Redskins, where they had fired him. They had a change with Schottenheimer's staff. And we were just giving him a way station, basically. Like, come back home. He's from Green Bay. He knew Ron, and just sort of sat in there. But this is not a wallflower. This guy jumps right in, and being very aggressive with scouting. And of course, even on the free agent side, Ted Thompson was not a free agent guy. John would be the guy sort of saying, okay, let's push a little bit here. And I've told the story many times of the biggest free agent I chased during my time there was Charles Woodson. And that was John. John was pushing me to press that. And long story, but Charles didn't want to come to Green Bay. And it was a month of negotiating against myself to get him there. But John pushed for that. So, no, I guess I'm not surprised. But not only a good scout, but a good person. I haven't met someone that doesn't like John and his wife and what they've done with their son. And it's just all goodness coming there. Last thing, and then we'll let you go. I happened to catch this from you the other day, and it got my wheels turning. And that was the idea of the NFL maybe learning something from the Masters and the way they sell commercials, right? And sell sponsorships with limited commercial interruption. And you said you think it could work in the NFL to try to pull something. What does that mean exactly? Well, I'm daring to dream. One thing when I hear about these incredible ratings and 18 million people a weekend watching the NFL or average game, they do this with 11 minutes of action over a 200-minute product. Like, think about that. And I'm watching the Masters, and I'm like, the way they do it, and there's 4 super sponsors, and that's kind of it, whether American Express and AT&T and whoever else it was. And I'm like, why not? Let's just say you can make the same revenue. Like, you could find 4 sponsors to make up for the 60 sponsors a game. And I would think they'd do it. Of course, the American Express or whoever it is, yeah, I'll pay a Quattro premium or whatever it is. And what a better viewing experience, because what people don't realize about watching sports, and this came true in the March Madness, most timeouts are not real timeouts. Most timeouts are media timeouts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine watching a college basketball game where you didn't have to go to timeout after 16, 12, 8, and 4 of every half, where you just had the real timeouts, and then you could have these super sponsors paying up. It was my thought. Like you saw, Mike, it's been rattling around and getting some attention about it. Would the NFL ever do it? I would say to them, you get the same money. You get the same money. Why not? Why not make it a better product? As far as players needing more time, come on. Players play half the game. They can handle it. They're the best athletes in the world. So I don't know. We could make it a 2-hour product if we wanted. We just don't.
Well, the NFL's very concerned for the safety of the players. They keep adding games. I mean, they really want to make sure those guys aren't too tired or anything like it. We could keep going for a while, but I know you got other commitments today. So I just wanted to say thank you. Always good to catch up. MySunday7.com. You can read the newsletter, Instagram at Andrew Brandt 2, lots of other places. Always on Twitter and all the rest. So thank you, man. We appreciate you. Thanks.
Yeah, always good to be with you guys.
All right.
Call me soon.
There you go. There's Andrew Brandt talking a little sports business, Brock. And can you?
God bless him.
I could watch what he's working on now.
Oh, goodness.
Doesn't that sound hard?
Oh, it's just outrageous, man. The whole thing is just kind of crazy town. Right? I mean, the NFL, we spend all of this time talking about it, and I know we'll get back to that. I don't want to distract it, but all this time and all this structure and all these guardrails and all these rules and all these regulations and all, like, there is so much that goes into the product. And then now on the college side, it's the Wild West.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the stories, I mean, I've told you some of them off of the air, and I probably got to keep them there. And this isn't just with my son or his peers or anything. This is just like some of the stories I hear from these coaches of, you just won't believe it. You know, that whole thing about that player that, you know, was signed as an undrafted free agent, like $1,000. Like, yeah, well, you know, I need to get up here. Well, I can't get there. I can't afford a plane ticket. I know. You just got to find a way to get up here, and then you can sign your $500,000, or we'll get you your money. Like, it just is pretty wild under the hood.
A little later today, Mike McDonald and John Schneider are going to meet with the press and kind of give their little pre-draft press conference. If I have my story right, I believe they did this in New England last week, and there was no sign of the coach there. Maybe not surprisingly, Mike Vrabel was not interested in answering any questions from the media at the moment. I did see, ran across this weekend, Pro Football Talk, saying that the NFL is not reviewing Vrabel's behavior under the personal conduct policy.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Yeah, help me understand that. You're more the legalese guy. So.
Well, I guess. I don't understand. Like, to me, that's what the whole idea of the personal conduct policy is. Anything that embarrasses the league falls under the headline of personal conduct policy. Mm-hmm. It doesn't need to be you were convicted. It doesn't need to be illegal. You can do things and not be convicted of them, and maybe not even have them be illegal, and still be in violation of the NFL's personal conduct policy. So I don't understand why they wouldn't be reviewing this when this is a major scandal that has been one of the biggest stories, not just in sports, but in America for the last week or so. I'm shocked that they wouldn't review that under the personal conduct policy. And that's before you even get to the other side of it, which is what I've said a few times, that it feels very, trading information for favors, which doesn't feel quite right. Here, let me just read to you from the story. Maybe this will help explain it. As explained last Saturday, the policy's list of prohibited conduct ends with a catch-all provision applicable to conduct that undermines or puts at risk the integrity of the NFL, NFL clubs, or NFL personnel. Like, How does this not fall under that?
Mm-hmm.
What a horrible double standard. What's such garbage?
Does it read it again?
The policy's list of prohibited conduct is applicable to conduct that undermines or puts at risk the integrity of the NFL, NFL clubs, or NFL personnel.
Yeah.
Rules that can be applied so broadly give employers the ultimate discretion to make case-by-case decisions as to what does and doesn't run afoul of the relevant standard. All too often, those rules can be invoked against employees the employer doesn't like, with the employer not using them as to employees with whom the employer has no pre-existing beef.
Two things come to my mind. Number one, I think that Park Avenue would like New England to handle this. I think Roger Goodell.
I'm sure he would.
I'm sure they would love to say, Robert, deal with this. Like, this is conduct detrimental to your organization, to your franchise, to teammates and people in that building that are, that's number one. Number two, the strongest piece of evidence for that is the number of people that do not want to talk about this.
Right.
I was reading Scott Zolak, who's their color announcer and has been for decades. And we saw him at the Super Bowl, and he has a very successful show there on big time radio in Boston and everything else. And I'm not talking about it. Well, what do you mean you're talking about it? I don't want. I like my jobs, right? I don't want to talk about it. I know these people personally and have relationships with them, Diana and Mike and his wife, and I'm not going to even touch this. So the fact that so many people, and even some that we've wanted to come on the show to talk about it, like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and I should point that out. We have reached out to a few different potential guests. I won't tell you guys who, but we've reached out to some different people, and they just say, I don't want to talk about it.
Right.
That's
Isn't that evidence enough right now that something happened there that was
really
conduct
weird,
detrimental
right?
to the brand?
Yeah, I saw that this weekend, and before I always assumed that would at least be the case here. I was going on and on last week about how it feels like, again, a trade of favors for information. The Diana Rossini side of it, I think, is fairly cut and dry. She destroyed her own credibility, and that's. She can't continue to do her job. But I don't see why Vrabel gets a free pass here at all. Not, again, for the morality issues necessarily, but also just for the idea of trading information for favors.
Right.
That's not right. And I think that would at least need to be investigated, and the league doesn't even seem to be interested in investigating all of that. Meanwhile, story came out over the weekend as well that that the Patriots tried to squash the story. That both they and Rossini called in essentially PR fixers to see if they could get the story fixed. Page 6 offered them more time than normal to try to, respond to the story. It sounds like Page 6, the report here says Page 6 said, hey, if you can give us any sort of contrary evidence, Maura, you've asked about this about 100 times, right? If there were all of your buddies there, where's the pictures of you all? Yes. Where are the pictures? You guys went on a girls' trip and no one took pictures?
Girls' trips, they don't take pictures on girls' trips.
No, right, none. Zero, zip, zilch.
No.
They legitimately said, hey, if you've got anything, show us the pictures and give us some context and we'll put that with it, or we'll not even print the story. And instead they got nothing. So, makes it really hard to see how after all of that, there's not even an investigation. There's not even a conversation about the personal conduct policy. Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you do know, right? You do know. You know that they're just hoping the next story will watch this one.
I guess, but we've seen them react with John Gruden, right? And the emails and all that, and that eventually pushed John out. I mean,
do you not think he was a scapegoat for the Washington organization
That's
at
fair
that point?
point. That's
Because supposedly
fair.
they only found that one email that was incriminating.
That's fair. Yeah. That's a good point, Maura. Yeah. Yes, that I mean, obviously that was a part of it as well. But we've seen them use the personal conduct policy really, whenever they want. Surprised that they wouldn't use it here at all.
Yep. So what's the next step?
I don't know. I mean,
what's the next chapter in this story? I mean, eventually he's not going to be able to duck it forever, right?
He's going to have to talk at some point, right?
Yep. I mean, eventually.
I guess. Well, if no one wants to ask him questions about it, then maybe he won't. It just show back up, and everyone's too afraid to even ask questions about it. I don't know.
That's not the Boston media.
It would be really hard to imagine.
That's not the New England way. That's not the Northeast way.
It would be very surprising.
Is it?
Yeah.
I know he played a couple decades. I know he's a very intimidating man. I know he could be kind of a bully. I know you may want your, job security of the people in-house that are paid by the Patriots and such, but the rest of the media, you're going to just give this a pass? That doesn't feel like Northeast media.
Yeah, I mean, text messages. Ross says Robert Kraft is 209. Robert Kraft's in no position to discipline a head coach regarding inappropriate contact with a woman. Right. I know. We know the whole story and the alleged affair there with the massage parlor and all that. Certainly it makes for an awkward situation. So maybe he is looking at the NFL to step in and the NFL's looking at him to do it.
That's
right.
But
at the end of the day, somebody's got to do it, right? Yep. Like, I don't see how this isn't a conversation at least. Or tell us why. If you're not going to use the personal conduct policy, then at least tell us why not.
At some point, does Diana Rossini go scorched earth? At some point, does she come out and say, "Okay, it cost me my job"?
I think the NFL has shown us in the past that sometimes they let stuff slide until the public outcry becomes enough.
That's a good point.
Like
I
with
like
Ray
Brock's
Rice, until the video
though.
came out and people were upset, they weren't really going to do anything.
I like Brock's point. What if Diana Rossini at some point says, "Okay, you know what? I'm toast here. Like I cannot continue to defend myself. I've reached the end. It's a dead end. I'm going to turn around and fight." And her idea is, okay, I did this with Vrabel and I did this with so-and-so and this was and I'm just going to embarrass everybody in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Don't you think you'd do better by just disciplining Mike Vrabel now and trying to at least show some level of equitability here as opposed, I don't know. It is a very, very strange story.
Or is this a lot more prevalent than maybe we want to believe that it is? And all of a sudden, if we discipline...
If it's more prevalent than I want to believe it is, then it would be essentially rampant, because I already believe it's very, very prevalent.
You think it's the Villages, don't you?
I think that there's a lot more of this than anybody lets on. That's for darn sure. Yeah, I would say that's definitely my take. Shannon Drayer will join us coming up in just over a half hour, talk some Mariners before we do that. Brock, we're on to just 4 draft profiles left.
Down to my final 4.
Just final 4. So, okay, let me see if I can figure this out. Final 4.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of them's got to be Jadarian Price.
I've given you a guard. I've given you an undersized linebacker.
I want to try to guess, though.
Okay.
You got Chris Johnson, Jadarian Price, C. Thomas Howell, or whatever that guy's name is. What's the guy's name?
R. Mason
Thomas. R. Mason Thomas.
No.
He's not left? Oh,
no,
okay.
You got 2. You got 2. You're not going to get the other
I won't get the other 2? All right. Well, then I'm even more curious.
I hope for Salk's sake you're going to give him the tackle with the mullet who loves Culver's.
Oh, that guy is pretty sweet. How about Genesis Smith? I'm excited for Genesis. In the beginning, this guy's going to get picked, and he's going to exit his college and head right to the pros where he's going to put up huge numbers. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
All right, look, more than 4,000 people just here locally in our region have all trusted Eastside Weight Loss Clinic because it's a safe way to lose weight. I'm one. I know you probably know somebody else who's done it. If so, ask them about it because it really does work. Lost 20, 30 pounds in less than 8 weeks. It's really not that hard to do. 10 pounds? Heck, I lost that just in the first week by eating healthy, fresh food that you buy at the grocery store. There's no costly recurring monthly payments for injections or pills and then reading about all the scary side effects. No, it's all real, man. It's a doctor-developed plan. It's safe, and it works. Simple as that. Cool thing, too, you can do it either from their spot in Kirkland or they've got some really great remote options as well. You can find out by going to eastsideweightlossklinic.com because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Everyone's been told the same story about real estate investing. Buy property, deal with tenants, manage construction headaches, and yet Legacy Group Capital, they ignore all of that. Jason Rantz here. Here's what Legacy Group Capital actually does. They lend on real estate. They acquire it, they build it, they develop it, and then they share the profits with investors. It's not complicated. There's no gimmicks. The track record, double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. You get the upside of real estate without owning a single piece of it. And right now, Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund, it's offering a fixed 9% rate of return. And yeah, IRAs are accepted. While everyone else is chasing overheated trends, you're locking in a fixed return backed by real assets managed by real experts. More than 1,300 investors have already put over $350 million to work with Legacy Group Capital. These aren't people who got lucky. They got smart. You can get smart. Call 425-635-4700 or go to LegacyG.com. Don't overcomplicate things. Legacy Group Capital.
What does baseball and Klein Jewelers have in common? Diamonds, of course. Hi, Andy Klein here. Sure, we love baseball, but we love diamonds even more. Why? Because our diamonds sparkle and last longer than 9 innings. Every diamond is hand-selected for maximum brilliance, quality, and value. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds also has a big selection of engagement rings, wedding bands, diamond and gemstone fashion jewelry, and one-of-a-kind custom designs. Swing for the fences and shine with Klein.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say happy holidays on someone's birthday? When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you? We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our morning here, Brock. Shannon Drayer in 30 minutes. We'll talk through some Mariners stuff with her as we bounce around a little bit. We are just 4 days away from the NFL draft starting on Thursday. Will the Seahawks do anything on Thursday? Well, they'll either have to make a pick or trade out. So in some way they will act. Will it be to bring a new player to Seattle? I don't know. We're going to find out. Brock's got 4 profiles left, so let's see what we got today.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Ewert's draft profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization?
Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
Number 4 on my list, I've chatted about him before. When the Combine hit a month ago, he hit my radar that much more. Number 4 on my list is Logan Jones, offensive center, University of Iowa. We only get our linemen now from North Dakota State and Iowa. That's a pretty good place. That's, I think, a mantra of a lot of folks in the NFL because, well, they train them up, they develop them, they equip them. And Logan Jones fits in that boat. He's a small-town Iowa kid, came into the program about 260 pounds, but a really, dynamic, strong kind of defensive lineman, kind of offensive lineman. You know, how are we going to mold this guy into the Remington Award winner, which is the top center eventually in all of football, which is the award in the hardware he took home, Salk, last year. Best offensive line in all of football. Teammates of his are going to be drafted. There's a lot of intrigue in both the guards next to him is guys that can also be drafted. Logan is number 95 on Dane Brugler's The Beast. So we're not talking about a first-round pick here. Probably maybe talking second, but this is that 40 to 80 range. He's probably not going to be 40. This is closer to 50 to 80 range. And I'm going to make the case for 96. Logan. I don't think, no, he's going to be gone. And I'm going to make the case for this very purpose. I'm going to quote the great Roger from Tacoma. Just give me a center. Not a guard, just give me a center. I was looking at some grades that also a chart, Salk, that came out this morning, ranking the 5 returning offensive line starters for each team in the NFL. And your 2 tackles rank and grade very, very high. Your left guard had an extraordinary rookie year, playing just about every snap of every game all the way to the Super Bowl. But your center and right guard are areas where there could be improvement. And certainly right guard has been talked about an awful lot. This move would allow Sundell to move to that right guard, continue to grow and develop and compete maybe with Bryce Cabledew, who they're very high on as well. All 13 of those guys return. You got great tackle depth. If they took Logan Jones, if they trade out of the first and they add another pick and they take Logan Jones at the start of the 3rd round, this guy's going to be your starter and could be your starter for the next 10 to 12 years. He's about 6'3". He's just about 300 pounds. He was on Bruce Feldman's list as one of the freakiest guys in college football. He set the squat record at Iowa. Does that tell you something? Because there have been some pretty good squatters at Iowa. You talk about zone, just movement, and the zone run game. He's been versed in it for the last 4 years as a starter, a 4-year starter. Played through a labrum in 23, banged up a little bit in 21, but basically has been just absolute rock-solid center the last 4 years at Iowa. He's a little older. He's 24 and a half. He's been developed fully. There's not a lot more ceiling of strength or skill set or whatever. He is a pretty darn refined product. He was also the fastest lineman at the Combine.
Jeez.
Does speed matter that much? I don't know. You tell me. Did you like the athleticism as Abel and Cross and Abe Lucas moving people and getting to the second level and cutting them down? I did. I think that's an important part of it. Yeah, he was the fastest. He jumped 32. He's a super explosive, just ball of center. I mean, he's just a center. He snaps it beautifully. I covered him multiple times at Iowa. He's just bedrock, man. There's nothing he can't do within that phase. And he snaps it great, which might seem all these guys in the NFL do. Not really. No, there's centers that have struggled, and we've seen it in Seattle of just the operations. So, nope, operations, check. Puts maybe Sundell and other guys in a better spot to compete even more and really just fill out this line. This line's going to be together for a long time. The continuity is off the charts. And why don't you add arguably, it's him and another kid that are the 2 best centers in this draft. And if he's there in the 3rd round and you've got an extra pick, let's go. Let's solidify already a strength. What does Salk like to say about that defensive line room? Why was always your case for a Max Crosby or Myles Garrett or these guys? Take a great strength and make it elite. Well, You're really good, so take a good group and make them great. And this guy, I think, would fit in seamlessly into that room.
Wow. I didn't think I could be surprised anymore, Brock, but here you go. You've surprised me just 4 days before the draft with talk of a center.
There's some guards, too, and I asked people around the block, like, would it be out of bounds for the Seahawks to take an interior lineman in the first 3 rounds? And the answer was a definitive no. No, that's not outside the realm. Just because everybody is back and they think very, very highly of a lot of the guys in that room and the developmental pieces doesn't mean there's not some guys with some grades in this draft class that are guards and centers, and I think he's one of them.
Any chance they would trade somebody who's already in that group?
Yeah, they could. Yeah. I think that's a possibility. I don't know how much value comes back. I mean, you're not talking about trading, one of your starters per se, but I don't know. Does an Olu with Timmy? Mm-hmm. So compare and contrast these two guys, right? Because I think that's a fair. Well, what about just Olu? And can Olu compete a little bit more with Jalen? And then maybe, right, just creates
played
more.
Well
maybe
when he came in last year.
And Olu does play well. And Olu is a pretty darn good center. He does a lot of the operational stuff well. I think Olu was like a 5'3", 40. Like, he just can't move the way this guy moves. I mean, this guy is compact. He's got shorter arms.
Could that fit better, though, somewhere else so that you end up trading Olu and
maybe
he goes to a system where he doesn't have to move as much?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So how much value comes back for that? I don't know. And this, again, in this draft where there's not a tremendous amount of love for the 4th and 5th and 6th rounders, this guy's going to go in the first 3 rounds. It's he and another cat that'll be kind of the 2 centers talked about as the top centers, with what Lindenbaum, oh, by the way, a former Iowa Hawkeye, with a little more length, a little bit more size than him, with what he just got paid to go to Vegas, shows you that, no, centers do matter, especially in this system of movement, the system of communication, the system of operation, and a first-year offensive coordinator to have just a bona fide guy for the next, as I said, next 10 years.
Yeah.
Kind of intriguing dude.
Pretty intriguing. Okay. Sounds good. That's today's draft profile. We got 3 of those to go. I was able to guess 2 of them. Who knows what position does the third guy?
Oh, tomorrow's edge, and you're going to like
edge?
tomorrow.
I am.
You're going to like tomorrow.
I already like Gabe Akis, though.
I know you do, but you're going to
Am I going to like this guy better?
Let me just say you're going to like tomorrow.
Really?
And then you're going to really like Wednesday. And then.
Well, Wednesday and Thursday, I know who the 2 are going to be, at least. I don't know what order, but at least I know who the 2 are.
I feel like we need to have video queued up so that we can get Salk's immediate Blink Scout assessment on whether he.
Of this guy tomorrow?
Is out or not. Yeah. Well, no, just for these.
For any of these guys, huh? Okay.
Because who was the one guy that Salk decided he was out on immediately?
We're always trying to evolve, right? Evolve or die.
What's the guy's name today that you just talked about?
Logan Jones. So maybe next year we add that. Next year we leave 1 minute for just pure Blink Scout.
Tough hairline for this guy.
Brock spends the entire segment talking the guy up, and Salk goes, "No, I'm out."
Tough hairline for Logan Jones.
It actually is a terrific hairline.
Is
when
it?
You think about it. Yes, for an offensive lineman and center.
55-year-old man.
That's what you want him looking like, Salk. That's what you want him looking like. Wasn't that an old G. Scottism? Like, yeah, I don't mind that.
I want him to look like Jennings Dunker. That's the guy who was eating at Culver's, right?
Oh, yeah,
I want that guy. Let's get the Culver's guy.
Yep. Business in the front, party in the back.
Yeah, I mean, the mullet's one thing, but let's face it, that guy is he's a Culver's fan. He probably knows all about the walleye, knows when to get it, only during Lent. All right, coming up, Shannon Drayer in 20. We'll give you everything you need to know next.
You can stream every pitch of every inning of every game all season long. Oh, and it's completely free.
It's a tremendous catch.
Only on the Seattle Sports app. That's right. The free Seattle Sports app puts every single Mariners game right in the palm of your hand.
On a platter, come and get it.
One app, every game. Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcast.
Holy smokes, what a play.
Pretty awesome, right? Just like the Mariners.
Hey, Brock Ewert here for my friends over at People Come First, PCF Construction Group. And spring is the perfect time, unless you chop up all your tulips, to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get the process started. I'm talking about 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does that mean? Well, that means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with that design package, they end up with exactly the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. And this offer is your first step. So don't wait until summer to wish you had started sooner. Do what Molly and I did a few years back. Get a hold of PCF Construction Group and do so today. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
If you're building decks in Washington this season, you need materials you can trust and a supplier who delivers. Par Lumber carries premium TimberTech and Trex composite decking. Get 20% off deck railing and lighting with any TimberTech or Trex deck board purchase. Visit par.com/decking to learn more.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code THRIVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code THRIVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code THRIVE to borrow up to $10,000.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
The chartered plane to Queen Charlotte Lodge is on the runway, and you're not going to want to miss it. This summer has limited availability for king salmon, halibut, and lingcod fishing in beautiful Haida Gwaii, British Columbia. Queen Charlotte Lodge is absolutely the place to be. A luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, dad, or son. Book your stay at fishqcl.com, and trust me, you do not want to miss it. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either, because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The 5th inning, gorgeous Sunday. Here's the pitch. Swung on it, belted. Down the left field line, stay fair, and this one is a fair ball. Goodbye, baseball. Randy Arozarena tucks it around the foul pole. Down the left field line. A 2-out, 2-run home run. His second of the season. Third home run of the day for the Mariners, who now lead the Rangers 5-0. What an at-bat for Randy Arozarena.
Been kind of a funky start, obviously, for the Mariners. Where would they be without Randy Arozarena right now? Been arguably their best hitter, along with Luke Raley and Cole Young to start the season. I mean, he really has been...
And his best 23-game start since his All-Star season.
Jeez, he's been great. Yeah. I mean, like, he's hit the ball hard. He's running the bases hard and stealing bags. He's now hit a couple of home runs. They've needed what they've gotten from Randy Arozarena, and he helped put that game away yesterday in the bottom of the 5th with that 2-run shot, made it 5-0, and just kind of put a capper on what was a very good weekend overall for the Mariners. I know Friday night was rough. They didn't hit. They're shut out. It was cold. It was miserable. And then they bounced back with 7 and 5 runs in each of the next 2 games. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, I think there was some consternation with the right-handed heavy lineup yesterday because a lot of it is not produced. And it did right from the jump. And obviously, Rev Snyder gets the home run, and they get after Gore in a way they had not done. That guy had owned the Mariners in his 3 previous starts. What was it, 2 runs in 18 innings?
Yeah, but the more you face guys, the more the advantage, I think, starts to turn towards the hitter. And eventually they got to...
Don't tell the Rangers that with Woo.
No, I know, but again, it's a general rule. It doesn't mean it's going to happen for everybody in every team, but the more you get a chance to see somebody, the more that should ultimately benefit the hitter, and you just get more comfortable. And ultimately, it worked against Eovaldi, it worked against Gore, and it worked against that bullpen too, which could only go for so long before eventually the Mariners started to get to them as well. Certainly late on Saturday, so big series win for them. Yeah, they needed it, right? Kind of just get the.
Salk, and there's only 139 games left. So
only 139 games
crank
left.
Up the urgency.
That's exactly right. The urgency level was at an all-time high. Dan Wilson, what do I have from Dan? You know what? Andres Munoz was another little story here, right? After having the awful outing against San Diego, and then...
Last 3 were kind of bumpy, to be honest.
Yeah. So he comes in on Saturday. Oh, my God. Brandon Nimmo had no idea where the ball was. None. No clue. I mean, like, he had a check swing at a ball where he's just like, no idea. Whatever. And then yesterday, almost had a 4 strikeout inning, which he just missed. He was great.
I thought yesterday's, outing, getting him in there, getting a chance for him to even just get the one out, I thought was a great opportunity for him to kind of reset. And then today, a 3-run save, to be able to go out there and do what he does. I thought, the fastball was outstanding. He found the zone with it, threw a good sinker too. And the slider was tremendous again. I think this was a good one for him, and certainly one that, he'll continue to build off of.
And we got to hear from Andres himself.
Yes, it's more about the location. Like, nothing about the shape, nothing about anything else, just location. Probably the mindset that I have when I am pitching. That is the only difference that I am doing.
If you're ever finding yourself annoyed with Andres Munoz, you should try listening to him, because to listen to him is to love him.
Yes,
he's so likable.
Such a gentle giant.
Right?
Yes.
He's so likable. All right, Brock, you said it. 10-13, 139 to play for the Mariners.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And tonight they will take on the 11-11 A's of not Oakland, not Sacramento, not Vegas. They're just the Athletics, but they'll be in town tonight. Offense is, I think, what you were worried about with that team, because they're really good. Like, you get nervous about that lineup coming in, but it hasn't really produced all that much or all that well so far this year. Meanwhile, their pitching, which is a disaster, has not been. It's been okay, which is kind of where they are, why they are where they are. Emerson Hancock, JT Ginn tonight. Kind of excited to see the A's.
What do we know about JT, Lyle? Do we know anything about JT Ginn?
Former first rounder, has battled some injuries. I mean, he hasn't been off to the greatest start. Honestly, the guy that's been red hot for them is Jeffrey Springs, but the Mariners aren't going to see him this week.
Okay.
Isn't that sort of like how you would just describe the A's? Like, oh yeah, former first-round pick.
They have so many.
Hasn't really lived up to it. Yeah.
I mean, they have a lot of first-round picks now living up to it.
Yeah.
Jacob Wilson, Kurt,
Certainly on
Soderstrom.
that side of it. I just meant on the pitching side of it. But yeah, I mean, that lineup is going to be interesting. I was thinking about it as Brash and Munoz came into the game last night. Just like, oh, it's good, but you're going to need some of these leverage guys against the A's because that team can really hit.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners will probably shut them out in 3 straight games. NFL draft week, of course. Thursday is the day. Actually, it's Thursday night in Pittsburgh. What do you make of the draft in Pittsburgh this year? Does that matter to you at all?
Well, I'm just hoping that Aaron parachutes in.
Oh, my God.
And lands better than the Virginia Tech guy. Did you see that poor guy?
No. What'd he do?
It's a rough weekend for spring games. Oklahoma guys had a pile up in the smoke coming out of the tunnel, right? Ooh. So you had to fire all the smoke, and unfortunately there was a pile on line 3 there. And then the Virginia Tech guy, James Franklin, first spring game, great crowd, hit a huge American flag and just boom, right into the scoreboard. Just hanging there.
He was stuck on there?
Yeah, stuck on the scoreboard.
Jeez.
Yeah, not a great landing.
You don't want that.
Not really what you were looking for. So I'm hoping Aaron Rodgers either parachutes in or zip lines and makes his triumphant return, letting everybody know he's coming back to the Steel City for one more.
But that he doesn't like the attention. Please don't talk to me because I really just want to be left alone. Yep. I just don't want all the attention that comes from this job. All right. That's everything you need to know.
Not everything.
What else?
I mean, how can you not include WrestleMania? Don't act like you didn't watch WrestleMania yesterday.
I didn't watch
Don't act like they didn't play a role in tearing up the tulips. You were so juiced by Brock Lesnar's retirement and everything else.
Is that what happened?
McAfee getting thrown through a table. Oh, yeah. Yeah, lots of good.
Sounds exciting.
Really quick, Ginn actually has been good to start the year. I had it flipped. It's the dude tomorrow who has not been.
Who's that?
Lopez.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for clarifying. There we go. Yeah, get the music going again. Clearly, what we needed there was a little extra music.
Not a WrestleMania guy. You were growing up, weren't you?
Of course. You know what? No, because you'd have to get WrestleMania on like pay-per-view. We didn't have cable, so I couldn't even get. I don't think I've ever seen a WrestleMania.
In Detroit? What was the old?
I know. I never got to see any of that because we didn't have cable. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where David Niswonger came in handy because I think his family had a little bit of money back in the day, and they bought the pay-per-view.
Right.
And I got to watch that.
That sounds nice.
Yeah.
Really not only, I mean, literally, you couldn't get cable on my street growing up. It was awful. The street was like, we lived in this stupid town out in the middle of nowhere, and you couldn't get cable. Couldn't get cable on my street. You realize how awful that was?
Possible in Newton?
It wasn't in Newton. It was in Sudbury, which is now like the wealthiest damn town in the state. At the time, I couldn't get freaking cable. Couldn't get cable on our street. It wasn't even possible. Yeah. The people who live behind us have like
look at the reader. Look at the reader you became.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been helpful if I could have, I don't know, watched games at night that were on cable. Sheesh. All right. Shannon Drayer grew up in like 19 different places, and she will join us next to talk through the Mariners and where they're at. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Man, spring is just crazy here in Seattle. It can go from freezing cold to super warm and right back again. So if you found that your house was getting way too hot the last couple of days, or it's been really cold before that, you may need to think about your insulation because that can have a really big effect on exacerbating those problems. So free, easy way to learn if you need new insulation is to schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic with Crawl Pro. So they'll come out, they'll climb behind that hatch, see what the condition is, because remember, they go where you don't want to. They came out to my house, did all that. I sure didn't want to go back there, and they found a little problem with our insulation. They got it all fixed up. Now, right now, even better, the big utility rebates. Oh, yeah, you could save a ton of money on this project. For instance, PSE customers, home was built before 1990, you could receive a rebate to cover up to 95% of the cost of the installation job. It's huge. Make your home more comfortable and save on your energy bill at the same time with Crawl Pros. If you're worried anything's going on in your crawl space or your attic, including critters, water intrusion, mold, plumbing issues, whatever, call Crawl Pros and schedule your free corner-to-corner inspection today at crawlpros.com.
When you want your grocery run to go further, there's Chef Store. Find food and supplies in sizes that cut down on extra trips and keep kitchens of any size stocked and ready. Open to the public, no membership required. Discover big savings at your local Chef Store today.
Unbelievable prices? Incredible performance? Bah! At Pacific Power Batteries, we strive to be believable. In fact, product knowledge and guidance in application gives us credibility. Having an informative website just adds to it. At Pacific Power Batteries, our prices and values are believable. We look for great people to hire and train carefully to be credible. Locally owned, credible company with believable salespeople is the best that we at Pacific Power Batteries can provide.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Spring is a perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. One of our most popular services is our match-up service, where we use your old door as a template to create a new door in your existing frame. Whether you need an interior or exterior door, this is a great way to change out your doors DIY style. And as long as we have what you need in stock, we currently have available space without a long wait for our same-day match-up service. Please visit us in Shoreline, where there's plenty of good parking. Also, check us out online at franklumber.com.
Mariners and A's tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Who was it last week, Salt?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it that we had on where we got to praise Maura publicly at the amazing greeter she is as a producer?
You guys made it kind of
phone.
weird with Coach Denbrock.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it was Coach Denbrock. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, Notre Dame coach. Well, just listening to her engage there with Shannon Drayer. Shannon Drayer with us, our Mariners insider. Shannon, is there a better greeter in the history of sports radio on the phone than Maura Dooley?
She's pretty good. She is pretty good. Although the sarcasm of Matt Nelson any other time of the day is a lot of fun.
You know what?
Too.
That's fair.
Yeah. You miss having Harden call you, though.
Oh, my gosh. He was absolutely classic, yes.
Shannon,
And
the
he was-
season's
you know-
over,
you know
Shannon.
do you know how angry he would be right now?
We should go through some of the clips we have in the system that Matt Harden used to run the board for Mariners games and also for the afternoon show. If you don't know Matt, he's a hilarious guy. And he used to label cuts in the system like, Dustin Ackley has the most pitiful at bat in history and ends Mariners season in June. And you're like, okay, I guess I'll play the cut in the system. He also, the best thing that ever happened with Matt was when we had the whole thing with the lasagna.
Yeah,
where
yeah,
Curly
the
stole his
lasagna.
lasagna.
Yeah, that's right.
But you remember when he locked himself out of the studio ordering pizza?
Oh, yeah.
He's running the Mariner game and he locked himself out. And he was freaking out. It's pretty hilarious. Yeah. Shannon,
well, rightfully so. But he was great. He absolutely lived and died with it. He was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, he was a huge fan. And, the cuts were good. He made great cuts. He knew the game. But sometimes you had to talk him off the ledge.
A little bit. Well, we've been doing that a little bit here. Not just with Lyle's been okay, actually, this year. But, there are 139 Mariner games left to go. So you don't want to make too big a deal out of anything. But it was pretty nice to see them bounce back and win 2 out of 3 this weekend.
Yeah, you need it for a couple of reasons. Obviously, to try and get back to 500 and have a semblance of a respectable first month of the season. And I think even more importantly, to see if you can get a little bit of that feeling going with the team. It's a tough thing to go on the road and do what they have done on the road. And, the expectations that we've talked about, that it hasn't come easy for them. They're having to dig in right now and dig deep and pull themselves out of, the start that they didn't want to have. So if that's what gets things going, then fantastic. And it was good to see the ball fly out of the yard again.
Just because, for many, many reasons, Shannon, we love to always have you on, but you're obviously really close to Cal. The Cal Raleigh show all season last year was a blast. We're getting it up and running again this year. What are you seeing with Cal? What are you seeing? Is this starting? Are you starting to see things warm and turn as you spend the time with him that you get to spend? What are we seeing and feeling with Cal?
We're waiting for him to get to where everything feels right for him, I think. I think that, coming out of spring training and having the spring training that he had with the stop and the start and then the real stop and not getting any work basically for a week and then having to scramble to get everything going. I think that obviously that mentally it's been a tough start for him to try and manage everything. And the last thing that you get to is always your swing. And I don't think he has been completely comfortable with his timing, with his swing, with things that have been going on at the plate. And it's reflected in the numbers. You look at him and the contact rates are just, something that he's not always the highest contact. It's more volume with him, but he is way off where he normally is with that. So, he's feeling that, he's seeing that, that he is working to get through that. But I think the thing that is the best thing that we have seen from him as he works through that is that he hasn't shown that in any other aspect of what he does. It's got to be tremendously, it's got to be tremendously frustrating. But he is somebody who has taken in everything in his process at every step of the way and understands the length of the season. So maybe disappointing is a little bit of a better word. I don't know that he would let himself get too frustrated about that, because he's a believer in the work. He's a believer in, if I get the right amount of at-bats, I'm going to get there and everything's going to turn out just fine if I do everything that I need to do. So he's kind of probably one of the last ones to get frustrated by that kind of thing. But it's been a rough start, and it's reflected in the numbers. It's not a situation where you're looking at it and he's doing everything that he's done before and it's just not happening. He's just not to that place yet where everything lines up for him at the plate.
Does it start to change some of the expectations for Cal over the course of the year? Not because he can't get back into a groove, but just, I mean, you look at last year, April and March, he had 10 home runs. It went 10, 12, 11, 9, 8, 10. I mean, he was so consistent hitting home runs, but it started basically right away. Not that we thought he was going to get to 60 again necessarily, but does the slow start change some of the reasonable expectations for the year?
Well, I mean, it's whose expectations are we talking about? For his expectation is to go out there and the team to win. I don't think it was in his mind at all repeating what he did last year, as he's going to follow his process and be the best player that he could be out there. So, I mean, obviously, if you have a month where you don't have very many home runs, those numbers are going to come down. I don't think he's going to make up the home runs that he hit last year in this month that he hasn't hit this year later down the road. I think it is a slow start, but that doesn't mean that he can't get to that form at some point. Mm-hmm. And hopefully, sooner than later. But it is a process, and I think that when he finds it, then he's going to be okay for a while. He's always going to have some streaks here and there, but he just honestly has not gotten going yet. This isn't a matter of streaks. I think it's a matter of still finding everything at the plate, being comfortable with the swing, being comfortable with what he's seeing, and going from there. So, I think obviously if you do the math, and it's tough to say that, my expectations for him were probably, I think he can come closer to that number than a lot of people think. Well, if he hasn't done it this month, he's obviously not going to do that. But again, it doesn't mean that he can't play at that level for the remainder of the season once he does hit that stride.
What do we want to look for and watch for with Brendan Donovan?
Get him out on the field. I think a lot of this, and I think it's a good thing, and I think it's a smart thing, especially this time of the year, is just the Mariners and the Mariners training staff and Donovan himself just being super cautious coming off the surgery that he had at the end of last year. So I don't think that I've seen anything that's alarming at this point. I think they're just being smart about it. So once he gets out there, if there's any impact, if he's feeling it out there, I wouldn't be surprised if you see him get another day. But I'm not too concerned about where they're at, but I'll feel better about it once we see him out there.
How do you feel just about the way they've handled challenges in general as a team? And, chemistry, everything is new every year. They went through challenges last year, but you got to, start over again. How have you...
Like ABS challenges? Or
Sorry,
challenges?
No, it's not the challenges I meant.
I hate that that's what I was thinking, too. It's too big a part of the game right now. But yes, I hear you.
It's not what I meant. I just meant the challenges of a slow start.
Well, can you define that a little bit?
How do you... Thanks, Brock. How do you think they've handled that?
Well, I mean, it looks like it's looked like before when they've had struggles. It's just a different situation in that they have the expectations and that it is at the beginning of the year and it is so pronounced. I mean, if you look at it, they still could finish the month with a winning record. It's not completely sky is falling. They've got to fix a lot of things. I mean, you look at a lot of the numbers underneath and you realize that a lot of the hitters, some of it is individual problems. I think some of it is approach. They've got the second highest pull rate in baseball right now. That's not what they talk about doing. So I think as far as, dealing with it and coming to the park in a good place, I think that's been fine. I think there's only been one true time when I've seen them really frustrated that it might have, played over into the next day. I think how they handled and how they acted and reacted around what happened to Munoz in San Diego was fantastic. I mean, teammates really circled the wagons there and he's fine and talked to him and, Emerson Hancock coming out and talking about not just the confidence he had in him, but it's this time of the year. It's one outing. Let's not get carried away with this. I think was fantastic. Now that said, handling it and pulling out of it and seeing this does seem to be prolonged right now. And if this were August, would there be a different sense of urgency? And is that appropriate? I mean, I hate to talk too much about urgency because you're talking about appearances. And you talk to Julio about things, and it's confidence in this team. I know who we are. We're going to be fine. Is that a good thing? Is that a baseball thing? Probably. But when you're sitting back and you're watching it and you're, in the mindset of they've got this much to make up, they really don't have that much to make up. I think we'd all like to see them playing better. I think their mindset is in a good place. But, what are you doing to get out of it? What are you doing in terms of, playing clean baseball? And can you pick up a little here and there when other things aren't working out for you at the plate? I think it's not always, especially at the beginning of the year, it's more focused on the individuals because they don't have something to go back to if they're struggling right now recently. You can't go back to last year and say, this is working for me, so I feel good about it right now. So I think there is that challenge and kind of pulling it together and moving it forward.
See what she did right there, Salt? You see the pro she is. Next time you frame that question, just call them struggles, not challenges. Right? It'll just be easier for everybody.
Yeah.
Because
Appreciate
I too, seriously, my mind went there. Like, what are they with these challenges? It is wild, right? Like it does play a role.
I think they're doing just fine with the challenges too. I think it's evolving, But I hate that it's such a conversation. It's become something in a focus in baseball that I want it to be focused more on the play on the field and on what's going on. And there are post-game shows that we're talking about a consequential challenge, which to me seems a little bit silly, or a non-challenge, which seems a little bit even sillier in terms of what this game has been.
You mentioned some poll rate numbers, Shannon. Any other under the hood numbers that stand out to you and are kind of striking in the first 23 games?
Well, it's the same thing that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks right now. The contact in the zone in particular just has not been good. And that's surprising. And so that, to me, speaks a little bit more to some individual struggles and things that they are working through at the plate. And then sometimes when you're pressing too, that's going to impact things as well. But I don't expect that number to hold up for too long. I think that there are things that are going to normalize with this team because you do go back, you look at the numbers, and it shouldn't be the struggle that it is with some of these players for too long. They've done this for too long. They haven't had some of these problems, but the pull rate and the in the zone rate are I think, very interesting to me in that, obviously you can point to they're missing pitches in the middle of the plate. And that is, to me, I think, especially when you look at a player like Cal, he's a tick off right now. And, hopefully he continues to see those when he is on. But just obviously when they're doing what they're doing at the plate, there are things that are off. And I think that's what we're looking at primarily as being a little bit of the problem. Now, we saw them do a lot better of a job with that this weekend. We'll see if that can continue. They've also they've faced some tough pitching as well. And then, I'm calling into question, what are they looking for at the plate too? It's, a lot goes into what we are seeing right now. I think the good news is it's not hard to spot these things. It's not a big mystery on why some of these things are happening.
Bryce Miller threw 30 some odd pitches yesterday. What do you make of a timeline now for Bryce?
I think they are going to be careful with him in his buildup. Justin Hollander said we will most likely use the full 30 days, and they can always add on to it. They can request a second rehab assignment after that, but I think they are going to give him the full buildup, what he would have had in spring training. And I wouldn't look so much at, he gave up 3 runs or he gave up 4 runs. If he has his command, if he has his velocity, if the metrics on the pitches are good, and if that's what they're seeing, that's fine. You have a starter pitching in the minor leagues. They are usually swinging a lot, and they do sometimes run into them. So, the biggest thing is how he feels. And he said it hasn't been an issue for a couple of weeks. They really did take their time in building him up, and they really did pull back when he was feeling not quite right the next day. So I like the way that they've handled this. There obviously is no rush with what Emerson Hancock is doing right now. So this isn't going to be a situation where it's 3 outings and they bring him back and say, hey, get 85 in your first outing. I think they're going to give him what he would have had in spring training.
Shanny, I know you were busy working, so you weren't like we were on our couch watching and listening. Have you had a chance to spend much time with Ryan Healy yet? Because he was sure a fun kind of new voice, new listen, new, right? Just bring in baseball and his experience of the last few years right to that broadcast booth. Have you had a chance to bump into him yet?
Oh yeah, no, I talked to him a lot. He seems. He was a fun talk when he was with the Mariners, and I'd also heard him on the MLB Network radio a little bit, and it was one of those ones where I was driving and listening, and I heard a new voice, and I was like, who is this? And so, and when I got to where I was going, they still hadn't said who it was, and so I waited a couple minutes to find out who it was, and it was Ryan. And I like his perspective, and he's all eyes and all ears and learning about what he's doing right now. It's not an easy thing to go sit down in that chair for the first time or after a month or after even a year or so. So I've enjoyed talking with him, and just a good perspective from the game, and a fun guy to boot too. He always was a good interview and always had just kind of a good outlook on things, but also would be very sensitive to breaking things down. He wasn't somebody that was just going to fire off a thought. He was interested in a lot of the whys and things like that. So yeah, it was fun to hear him this weekend a little bit.
I thought he was really good. I was blown away. I thought he was great for his first couple of times. The amount of research he had done, and I know you were, working on Friday, but listening to him talk about, this guy threw this pitch in the last series against them, so now he's bringing it back to this. It was like, man, that was some pretty serious research. It was a lot of fun. Shannon Drayer with us, our Mariners insider. We want to make sure if anybody's driving around, they're not having to wait to hear who we're interviewing. Luis Cornetta, who taught me the fundamentals of radio, would have been furious, Shannon, if she had heard that somebody made you wait that long to find out who it was. That's just not right. You mentioned Julio earlier. I kind of look at Julio's start, and I'm like, it's still not great, but it feels anyway a whole lot better than the last couple of years. What have you seen early from Julio?
I think I've seen from him a lot of confidence in where he's at right now, and not as many. I don't think he's got any questions of where he's at. I think he thinks that he's in a pretty good place with what he is doing and that it is going to continue to come. You do see every now and then, and we don't see as much as the last few years, but every now and then he does take the wild swing at the wild pitch out of the zone, but it's nothing like it was before. He goes up to the plate. He has a plan. I think that you have seen him make some adjustments, obviously putting the bat on the shoulder and just, okay, I'm getting too jumpy at the plate. What can I do to try and relax a little bit at the plate? And so I think you're starting to see a little bit more of that veteranness, a little bit more of he understands who he is at the plate. And I think some of the adjustments he makes on his own now. And it's, very different in that regard, in that he is working from a base of experience rather than what he thinks he should be. So I think that along those lines, I think he's been in a good place. I think that we're seeing his experience really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look at the raw numbers, Salk, like the OPS and the WRC plus, not there yet. At the same time, 16 game on base streak right now? Like still finding a way to get on base. Hey, last thing for me, Shannon, what do you know about these A's? Have you gotten a chance to start digging into them a little bit or seen them much this year?
A little bit. They're a team that I'm not going to say scared me coming into the season, but a team that I said to myself and to a couple other people, keep an eye on them. Mm-hmm. They are young, they are up and coming. They have a little bit of experience under their belt. The young hitters that you're looking at and that they're signing to contracts and that have done some things. You take a look at them, and I think that their kind of biggest, if you're looking for a little bit of a weak spot right now, is obviously the pitching and the bullpen against them. The offense hasn't been quite what I think you would expect from them, and it's early, and that's probably why. But that, to me, gives me kind of a little bit of pause and a little bit of, okay, got to look out for these guys a little bit, because of what they have done, even as young players, and they could break out of that at any time. So they were a fun matchup last year, and I remember the first time that we went into Sacramento, they were going toe-to-toe. And I said it and turned out to be completely wrong. I'm like, well, they could be going toe-to-toe for the entire season. And they fell off a little bit, and I think that was the youth that in them, but now they've got a little bit more experience as well. Where they stand right now, both teams are very similar. They're very similar offensively, but neither one of them are really living up to their profiles. The starters, there are going to be opportunities for the Mariners because obviously the pitching is a little bit of the weak side, but they have been walking a lot of batters. So we've seen the Mariners have some success when they're a little bit more patient at the plate and can take advantage of that kind of pitcher. So hopefully that is something that happens, that we see over the next 3 days. The Mariners are going to see a lefty in the middle game, see if they can take some steps forward in that as well. But I think they're a team that offensively you could see anything at any time. They played some pretty clean defense so far. So, maybe this is the year where it's more of a complete matchup throughout the year. But you have to keep an eye on them now. You have to keep an eye on them in the future as they get closer to moving into Las Vegas. They're probably going to see a lot more dollars. Interesting that they've spent the dollars on their young players already, the dollars that they've spent already. So just an interesting offense, and one that you keep an eye on, because if they hit their stride as they start to develop, I think, they're going to move up the division possibly quicker than people think.
Shannon, thank you. Always great to catch up with you on a Monday morning. We appreciate it, and we'll talk soon.
You got it, guys.
All right, there you go. The great Shannon Drayer, our Mariner insider here on Seattle Sports.
Yeah, they're kind of sneaky. Got some sneaky talent.
The A's?
I don't
even know how sneaky it is. I think they just got talent.
Yeah, and a lot of first rounders and kind of paying to keep them, and that whole draft, develop, trade, and retain. They have retained that Rangers team that came through. They can pitch, man, and we'll see whether or not Eovaldi and DeGrom and those guys can weather the long, hot summer in Texas and everything else, even though the stadium's now indoors. We'll see, but that team's better. That team's better than
they were last year. That's for sure.
So.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yep. The Astros, though, may be worse. The
That's
Angels
right.
look about the same. I know they beat you, but they kind of look the same. Just noting on Julio, the one stat I've always kind of looked at for Julio, it's a weird one because you never hear it, is just swing percentage, just number of times he swings. Where do you think he's at this year? If I give you here's his career.
He's less than last. It feels like he's been more patient than last year.
Much more. So Julio's a 53.5% swing percentage guy for his career. Last year, that number was 55.5. The year before, 54.
Say low 40s.
It's nowhere close to that. No, it's still 50. But, it's come down pretty significantly from where it is. Major League average is 47.3. So he's a whole lot closer to Major League average than he's been. The problem he's had, unfortunately, is actually a lot of those takes have come in the zone. So hopefully, if that that will start to change a little bit, stop chasing, take some more of those pitches outside. And I think that run from Julio's coming maybe sooner than later.
Well, hopefully Cal, too, and hopefully Naylor. I mean, to sit here and be 10-13.
Right. Without those guys hitting.
Yeah, without those horses really getting it going the way they can.
Speaks to the pitching, speaks to the depth of the lineup, all those things. Yep. Okay. Jeff Passan will join us tomorrow. Maura? Is tomorrow? Do we have Passan?
No, Jeff had to move to Thursday this week.
Thursday. Yes. Okay, we've got to work on that then. All right, never mind. Jeff Passan Thursday. We'll figure something out for tomorrow. Somebody great.
So good.
Maybe the best guest we've ever had.
Tom Brady again?
Maybe. Yeah. You think he could do short notice? Brady's always on retainer, right? Whenever you need him, you just call Brady. All right, we'll be back at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy coming up next. Until then, the Hey.
You know where it is, Salk, on this Monday. It's in the barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
4 down territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What concerns you when it comes to the 30-second pick?
A lot of us talk about the 30-second pick like Price is just going to be there. Like, he's there, let's take him. I went on NFL.com. Nick Shook wrote an article about teams' needs. There are 2 teams that he thinks before the Seahawks need a running back. And if they go that route, then Price isn't going to be there. How are these guys going to pivot? Those 2 teams are the Jags and the Broncos.
Catch every 4 down territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, Andy Klein here. There's something special about a baseball game. The moments and the memories. At Klein Jewelers, that's exactly how we feel about our diamonds. They're a beautiful reminder of life's biggest moments. We're here to help you find the perfect diamond or beautiful piece of jewelry to celebrate your engagement, anniversary, birthday, promotion, or just because. Klein Jewelers by the Fountain in downtown Edmonds. Shine with Klein.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
Totally rad and totally Snohomish PUD. Slash energy costs and upgrade your crib with rebates on windows, insulation, heat pumps, water heaters, smart thermostats, and so much more. Since 1980, Snohomish PUD has been stoked to help customers save energy and money. Discover rebates and no-cost energy tips at snowpud.com/rebates.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? PNDTreeservice.com.
Upgrade your comfort and cut utility costs with Lake Washington Windows. Get 20% off energy-efficient windows and doors plus $1,000 off whole projects while taking 12 months to pay with no interest. Schedule your estimate by April 30th at lakewashingtonwindows.com. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100.